Morning, everyone.
Morning.
Let's pick it up. A little under the weather too, on the back end of it. So.
Hey, Drew. Hey, come on in. How are you?
Good.
Good. All right. So I just have a couple of questions on this tow. The sheets that I got that says it was a tow. So. Okay. So it says that you were the driver of the truck, and this vehicle was towed from your address on 4th Street.
Okay.
Towed from there.
Okay.
And so my question is, and then there's a private property tow slip signed by you, no real reason stated, that it was towed from there. So I'm trying to understand why or where it was towed to or from, or...
Well, again, my question to you is, what reasonable suspicion do you have to pull my paperwork?
DMV contacted me on the lien sale.
So DMV contacted you, what law are they enforcing?
So, you know, I'm not gonna...
No, Dave,
Okay.
Okay. No, this goes a lot bigger, because you don't know about all the other emails.
Okay, so at any rate, so...
If you want to write me a citation, write a citation.
Was this car sold at auction?
I think what you're doing is illegal.
Okay.
I think you are breaking the law.
Okay. You know what, Drew? This invoice raises many more questions beyond the DMV illegal lien sale that is taking place.
Right,
if you want me to come into your records based on what else I'm seeing here,
so
I will
you're going
do
to
that.
conduct more illegal investigation.
No.
Because you're doing this illegally.
No, you can talk to me about this, or you don't have to, Drew.
Well,
I'm going to handle my piece of it one way.
Okay,
I can tell you what my concerns are with this, and we can try to address that on the NTA
My
stuff.
concern,
or you can play Mr. Lawyer, talk about stop and frisk, constitutional law, all you want. That this has nothing to do with
my
it,
issue
okay?
is, all of this is constant. So you're saying this law is more important than the Constitution. That's
Okay.
my issue.
Do you want to talk to me about this or not? Are you charging category C first day storage again?
Well, if you want to write me a ticket, and I'll
Okay.
answer those questions, okay?
You got it.
Okay, but you also may lose your qualified immunity.
Okay.
Just so
Goodbye.
you know, there's a lot more.
I will be by to your yard, and I'm going to pull more records.
Okay.
You've opened Pandora's box. Have a nice day.
I'm saying, doing with what you're doing with DMV is doing illegal things.
Okay.
I've already filed a protest on
Fantastic.
under 233B.
I don't, Drew, I don't care. I don't need to listen to all your codes and...
I'm telling you,
Okay.
what you're doing, I think, is illegal.
Okay, great.
What they're doing, I think, is illegal.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm
not trying to threaten you. I'm just trying to.
No, I'm not
say
taking it
what
as a
I
threat.
think you're doing is not right.
Okay.
Because
I
what
can
they're
handle
doing-
it. I can handle this one of two ways. You and I can do it as a conversation to
I'm-
understand what happened with this,
Well,
or I can use my authority to pull more records to confirm a lot of what I'm seeing in
So-
this that has nothing to do with DMV. It's up to you.
So here's where you guys just did you were there, sir. When you came in, did I have all my files laid out everywhere? You could pick anything you wanted to pick out, right?
Okay.
Hang on. He was there. You had everything laid out.
Drew, I'll be honest,
Everything
I'm
you
not
want.
part of this conversation.
No, you're
I'm
not.
just standing by.
But what I'm saying is, under the law, you guys come in every few years and examine my books to make sure I'm doing everything 100% right. So what you're saying now is DMV is doing something illegal. They told you to come and investigate me, and now you're going to come and investigate me even more.
What DMV gave me on the paperwork you submitted to DMV is different than the paperwork that you guys gave me. So there is a problem. You think? Do you think?
Well, here's.
Do you think?
But what
Two
is-
sets of paper. Which
what-
one
what-
is right?
what
We don't
is-
know. So
what is-
I will investigate further and find out.
Here's what DMV is investigating. I'll give you this lead. 108.310, which is their lien sale process. I want to work with them on changing the rules. I think the rules are screwed up. I do.
Okay.
They want to change the rules and enforce the rules without due process of either making them administrative code or making them an NRS.
Do you want to talk to me about what you did with this or not?
I'm
Yes or no? Do you want to talk to me about
Am I
this?
talking to you right now about this whole issue?
No, you're not. I want to. Do you want to talk to me about this
you don't
tow?
want the overall picture.
No, I don't. I want to know if you want to answer my questions on this
Well,
tow.
you don't want to answer my questions.
Okay, goodbye.
Where's your reasonable suspicion starting an investigation?
Okay. I told you that, and I don't even have to tell you that, Drew.
Well, no, it's like a Terry stop, because you came in and took.
No, Terry stop is stop and frisk.
That is.
Learn your law if you're going to quote it, all
This is
right?
similar in that you are coming into a business.
All right, Drew.
Come on, guys.
Bye.
Let's
Time to
go.
You have a good day.
Yeah, we'll see you down at the yard shortly.
All right, everybody ready? Do we just want to get started?
Yes.
All right, good morning. This is the time of first separate hearing, the matter concerning AA towing. Case numbers for this case are 23 SF 51-5174, 22-03191, and 22-03067. It's February 11. Sorry, not February 11. It's March 3, 2026 at looks like 8:38 in the morning, and we're in Carson City, in the Bluebird room of the Supreme Court Library. So this is
Yes.
Supreme Court building. My name is Michael Wise. I'm the administrative law judge assigned to hear this case. This hearing concerns petitioner's appeal of the administrative fines totaling $22,500. For alleged violations of NRS chapters 108, 482, 706, involving lien sales for the 3 vehicles. I think I'm going to turn it over to everybody in the room to announce themselves. So we'll just start here.
John Nolan from the Nevada Attorney General's office.
Laura again, Nevada Attorney General's office.
Investigator James Appleton, the DMV Compliance Enforcement Division.
Let's see.
Good Salvatore for A&A towing.
Drew Rebar for AA towing.
Very good. Does anyone have any preliminary matters they would like to discuss now, or should we just jump right into it?
We do, Your Honor.
Okay.
So Mr. Rebar is reporting. We received no advance motion or notice that we're going to do that. We object to that.
Say the first part again.
Mr. Rebar is recording this outside of the
Okay.
official record. He made no motion to do that prior to this proceeding.
Okay.
We had a right, if he did do that, to respond to that, to object to it. It's inappropriate. The cameras are pointed on our personal documents.
Okay.
I don't want my face.
It's my understanding, I'm going to overrule that objection. It is my understanding that this is a court, public forum, in that people are allowed to record. I actually have it happen a lot of times. This recording here is the official recording of the hearing. And any other recordings that you make are just your own. This is the official recording. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, excuse me, sir. Can the camera just be moved back so it's
Yeah,
not
we can
recording?
make some adjustments. Is it possible
Not
to
our
move it
viewers?
so it's not in our face and we can get everybody in the room?
So, and everybody's face right there.
Okay. Can we move it back to the front so that it's facing me?
We got one over there, one over there, sure. I can do that. I just want to make
Let's
sure
do that.
I get everybody in the camera so we're on record.
I would still object to this, Your Honor.
There's 3
If-
cameras. I mean, one
Yeah,
is one thing. I
okay.
mean, this is direct.
If he was going to do this,
But
it
and
would've been
still,
just
look, I mean, it's
proper
pointing
process.
directly at us for our stuff.
I'm just gonna add, Your Honor, that, I understand that in court, it's one thing, but I know of no statute or rule that includes.
Yeah, and I just
That's-
I overruled it. It's my understanding that you are allowed to record, and I'm not going to let it. It doesn't bother me. It's just part of the thing. It happens to me all the time.
It's more just right here, like it's on these documents and the stuff,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
that's not, but, or like my cell phone beeps, like he's like,
Okay.
again, it's right here on me.
So
He's not
where
doing
do you want
images
that
like
camera?
this.
I understand your
But
concern.
this is just for his YouTube channel. This is all he cares about. He doesn't
I
care about
understand.
This is his little show for his.
He has a right to record. So where do you want?
we would have had a right to report too, the counterclaim.
Of course.
We would have had advance notice. We could have made preparations as well.
If you had wanted to record, you could have done that.
Why can't it go back there with you?
There's no motion. What I'm saying is there's no motion process for that I'm aware of. People can just record.
Can't it just be moved back or pointed toward them?
Can you move it back?
I just did. I mean, I've got one back there. It's 6-7 feet away from them. What
Here's
is-
the deal.
What is the?
I'm letting you record. So let's just move the camera back. You're gonna record everybody in the whole room. they're gonna be happy because it's not in their face, and I agree with them, I don't want it in my face.
That's,
But
so if I
it's
just put it on the table right here with me, is that in their face?
Yes.
Where is it not in your face? Because here, let
I'm
me,
asking them, where do you want that camera?
Just
The
move it
sides.
backward. I just don't want the stuff to be seen, like if I get the text.
well, it was over here, so all their computers are blocking it, you didn't like that.
Can't you move it back?
Just move it back over by that white table or something. You're still gonna get everybody.
I'll get more of this today, actually. I mean, it's just kind of dumb. Raise it up, and there we go. Now I got more.
And it's pointed in
What we're saying is you can see all of our stuff. You just like be reasonable.
I am trying to be reasonable, but, you
I
know,
don't,
let's go with Fordyce versus Seattle, Glick versus kind of,
and it's here. And you're not listening.
it's in the corner where you asked now.
It's up, overlooking literally all of my stuff.
I see what he's saying. Can you lower it to like the, table level? Keep it where it is, but lower it to table.
Well, that's why I had it over here, right in front of me, because it
Yeah,
wasn't
like,
above.
like the way you had it over here, but
Well,
lower.
but then I don't get a good view of everybody else in the picture.
That should work.
Yes.
Are we happy now?
Also put on the record, Your Honor, that this was originally scheduled to be, on audio until Mr. Rebar objected to that.
Yeah.
We accommodated him to do this.
We did.
And I think that it's unreasonable that he has multiple cameras pointing on the attorneys. I don't think that.
You know, you can include it as part of a closing argument or something, or make some sort of a motion or something. I've already overruled that. The cameras aren't gonna stay for this hearing.
And I do have one concern of having to move all the cameras backwards, and that's the microphones. I might not be able to pick up all of the words and
Well,
things.
I have it here so you can get a copy.
But I need, so how about if I just move this one a little bit closer here then?
No,
No, leave that one there. I didn't even see that one.
So, well, that's fine, right here, so then we can pick up the
Move that one
words.
back over in the corner.
So we're denying me the ability if I don't pick up all the
We're
words.
not denying you anything. You're recording with three
You can get a
cameras.
copy of the hearing from the
And
actual
I'm recording
judge.
here,
Everything
so
is the
this
same.
is for you.
This isn't for your
It was
monetary
further
purpose of your
on.
YouTube channel, bro.
Will you move that back?
No, this is the purpose for free press. Article 1, Section 9, Nevada.
The purpose of this hearing is to determine what's going on with
Public
this
hearings,
sale,
by definition, freedom of
not the
press.
First Amendment or any of that. Okay. Anything else before we get going?
I would like it on the record, sir, whether, Your Honor, whether, Mr. Rebar still owns a home,
Okay,
as he was in the process of selling it. So that we confirm that he is a proper and authorized, corporate officer.
okay. Is there something you need to do that? Or?
I would like,
Okay,
as long as he's sworn in and he states that he is.
okay.
I don't think he's gonna testify.
Well,
So,
he needs to testify that he's a proper corporate officer. If he doesn't want to testify as to whatever,
We'll need to identify him.
We
I
need
don't
to
think he
make sure
needs to testify necessarily.
because if he's not a proper corporate officer, then the whole hearing's for naught, Your Honor.
Right, I understand that. So is that an issue here that you're not saying who this action is about?
it's against A&A Towing.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna let you do that. And so why don't I swear you in, Mr. Rebar? Do you hereby affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
100%, absolutely.
All right. Please state your name for the record.
Drew Joseph Rebar.
All right, counsel, go ahead.
Mr. Rebar, are you a current owner of A&E Towing?
Define A&A Towing.
Mr. Salvatore,
Go right ahead. And
Well, according to Nevada Secretary of State, I'm an officer of the corporation. I mean, you guys could have done that before you got here, just looked it up on Silverfield.
Your Honor, would you please direct them to answer the question?
I
Are
just
you an
did.
owner of A&E Towing?
I'm the director of A&A Towing Incorporated. I'm an officer of the corporation.
So you are here on behalf of Andy Tillman
Yes,
as a corporate officer.
yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Salvatore, is there anything you'd like to say?
No.
On that, okay. All right, I'm gonna turn it over to you, to the department and present the case unless there's something else.
We would request that the audio files from the Nevada Transportation Authority and the hearing officer's final order be officially noticed by your honor.
And who is this? Explain these more to me. 'Cause
This
I'm
was
aware of
included-
them, but I've never heard of them before.
This was included in our exhibit, Your Honor, it is. Hold on. Um. 067 Department 1, pages.
Is it included in your exhibits?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then we'll just do them all together as one.
45.
I don't need to take official notice of anything, it'll just be part
Okay,
of your evidence.
all right. Thank you.
We would ask though that they be officially noticed. That way, not just as a definition of evidence, but try to take it as official notice.
If I can, if you put it in your argument or any motions, I can rule on it that way.
Official.
And then we'll just go from there.
Thank you.
Okay,
May I proceed?
please.
All right. Please state your name.
You want to swear us in?
Oh, yes.
Oh, is it your, sorry, go ahead. Do you hereby affirm the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yeah.
Please state your name and employment for the record.
James Appleton, I'm an investigator with the Department of Motor Vehicles and Compliance Enforcement Division.
All right, thank you. Counsel, you may begin.
How long have you been in that position?
We've come up on 8 years.
Are you familiar with lien sale?
Yes, ma'am.
What is a lien sale generally?
Lien sale is basically, it's a process in which a lien claimant, in this regard for motor vehicles, like a tow company or mechanic lien, when they provide a service, and they don't get paid, they have the ability to do a lien sale to, basically for services rendered, to do a lien sale, to take control of property of that vehicle.
Are you familiar with the lien sale packet for a 2007 Dodge Nitro submitted by A&A Towing?
I am,
Did you investigate lien sales as part of your job as an investigator?
yes.
When did you become aware of this lien sale? Approximately. It's fine.
I'm just gonna reference to my report. For me, I was made aware around May 17th of 2022.
How were you made aware of this lien sale?
I was sent an email from Sergeant James Robinson that there was a complaint that had been issued from the Central Services Division, and given the contact of a Justin Gilbert, and sent our incident report from Central Services of that complaint.
Okay,
And that's the link into it.
okay. What was the incident report?
The incident report, again, I think it's okay if I reference it. Okay. And this is for the one dated May 4th, our original one.
Okay.
But basically that incident report, it was from Central Services Division, which processes title, do the lien sales, that type of thing. And they had made a complaint that they saw some discrepancies in the lien sale packet that was submitted. They had questions regarding that.
Okay. What were their questions?
Particularly, again, I'm just referencing this report here. Again, the one that I saw was the second one, I believe. It wasn't the first. There was a previous one that was initiated that was sent back to A&A Towing for correspondence for fix some inaccuracies. But it had no the tow bill. It wasn't signed by a driver, and on the second one, it had changed from the original driver that was notified in the documents. It had changed to a different driver.
And for the court's assistance, what page are you looking at? Let's say at the bottom right corner.
It's this one, correct? The 067, and then it's number 7.
Okay. Were you assigned to review the lien sale packet for the 2007 Dodge Nitro?
Yes, ma'am.
You have the exhibits in this case?
Yes.
Generally, looking at pages 1 to 6, what are those? Pages 1 to 6.
Alright. I'm sorry. We're going back here.
Yep.
Okay.
Are you referring to where it says 067 Department 1?
0001?
001 through 006? Yes.
This is my report of investigation.
Okay. And who prepared this?
I did.
What vehicle does Department 1001 through 42 concern?
I'm just gonna have reference just to make sure there's nothing else in here. Use of the 42.
Yes, sir.
It references a 2007 Dodge Nitro with a VIN in 3273.
Mm-hmm. And is that the vehicle at concern in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you identify pages 2 to 6?
I can. What's the actual report? Starting with the offense summary, through the narrative, violations, and conclusion. With attachments and witnesses.
Let's go page by page. What is page 7?
Okay, page 7 is a document incident report submitted by the Central Services Department or Division of the DMV on May 4th, 2022, regarding A&A towing and again complaining of some inaccuracies and discrepancies within the lien sale packet submitted to them.
Okay. Pages 8 to 9.
Page 8 is the VP 147, which is a lien sale affidavit. This is where generally lists who's doing what and what vehicle. The lien sale took place. Public auction was held for the price listed, who it was sold to.
Okay.
And page 9. It's the lien claimant certification page. Where it's the same thing with VP 147, but it's notarized, saying that everything that took place on these dates and that all actions, the lien sale process, provisions of NRS 108, 270 through 108, 360, 487, 250, were complied with.
Page 10.
Page 10 is a vehicle inspection certificate, a VP 15. And it's for the 2007 Dodge Nitro.
Page 11.
Page 11, looks like a tow slip from A&A Towing to remove a 2007 Dodge Nitro with that last word of the VIN. Property located 14041 Mount Bismarck, Pino. Printed name of authorized person Drew Rybar with a signature of date of 3/11/22.
Page 12.
Page 12 is an impound invoice from A&A Towing.
And page 13.
And page 13 is a data direct Nevada vehicle record that shows current owners or registered parties or any lien holders.
Okay. Pages 14 to 16.
14 to 16.
Yes.
This looks like a lien notice letter from A&A Towing to an American First Federal Credit Union. The second one's to I'm not saying that name, Emanuele Charlopoulos. And same thing for the third one, 16.
Okay. 17 to 21.
Looks like the UPS tracking form submitted by A&A Towing, showing their mail where these letters were sent.
UPS or is it?
It's a USPS tracking.
Page 22.
Page 22. Looks like a publication ad for notice of sale of motor vehicles starting with March 16th to the 23rd to the 30th. There's a bunch of vehicles on the side that are listed for sale. So I'm just giving it, sorry, I'm trying to see where it's from or to the Sports Tribune.
Page 23.
This is an application for expedited processing of Nevada title.
Okay. 24 to 27.
This was a type statement or written statement from Justin Gilbert.
Okay. And page 28.
This looks like a DMV correspondence letter to a John's Auto Electric for the 2007 Dodge Nitro, dated 10/23/21, saying they were unable to process his request for the vehicle because he must have been open fleet.
Okay. 103.
This is the lien sale affidavit, the BV 47, submitted by John Carabellis on behalf of John's Auto Electric for that 2007 Dodge Nitro.
Okay. Page 31.
That's this one, right? Just gonna cut off this one, make sure. This is a lien sale registration certification, the VP 201. This is from Trisha Madden on behalf of A&A Towing for the 2007 Dodge Nitro, given to John Ionis Carabellis. Dated 4/8/22.
Okay. 32 to 36.
So, and is that this one we're on here?
32,
Okay, so, okay, so 32 to what?
36.
That is the Nevada Transportation Authority, tow tariff. For A&E towing.
And 37 to 41.
37 to 41. This was a notice of violation to A&A towing. The DMV compliance enforcement division. For myself.
And page 42.
This was a DMV correspondence letter to A&A towing regarding the 2007 Dodge Nitro. Explaining the notice and able to process their request for Nevada certificate of title for the above referenced vehicles for the following reasons. Please provide a signed tow slip, person requesting tow or tow request from law enforcement. Please clarify page 1 of winning sale affidavit who is requesting the tow, as the tow driver cannot request the tow. So it's letting them know that there's no action in the case.
Okay. How do you know what department line pages 1 to 42 are?
So 1 to 42?
Yeah.
Essentially, this is the investigation of the 2007 Dodge Nitro.
Okay. And can you flip to page 109?
109.
Yes.
Yep. Okay,
You recognize that?
I do.
How do you know what that is?
This was from a Facebook posting from the A&A Towing website, or the A&A Towing Facebook page.
Okay.
Showing a public auction on April 6th, vehicles that were listed for sale.
Okay.
Auction.
Or exhibit Department 1 pages 1 through 45 and 109 to encrypt copies of the report of investigation. And the document incident report, plain sale packet, your report's attachment, and a screenshot of Andy Tillman's Facebook post.
Yes.
I move to have those put into evidence.
Very good.
Thank you.
I'm gonna lodge an objection if there's quite a bit of hearsay evidence contained in these
I'll take your
documents.
extension.
Do you want me to re-request that you take official notice of the NTA stuff at this point?
I'm admitting all of that as evidence, so it comes in that way. If you want something else done with it, maybe a separate motion.
Okay, perfect.
But as far as I'm concerned, it's in evidence. In your objections.
And what towing company does this lien sale involve?
A&E Towing.
Can you please identify the pages that A&A Towing submitted to the department?
Just give me a second. Okay, so we're gonna start with 067, Department 1, number 8, which is the VP 147 lien sale affidavit, And we can go, I'm just gonna go until. Um, until number 23.
So 8 through 23.
Yeah, and that was for the, it's like the lien sale packet. So that was submitted to the DMV.
Who is responsible to complete the lien sale packet?
I mean, from the original form, the requester of the lien, that's trying to get the title for a vehicle would be so the tow company or mechanic shop or whoever, but the party that's trying to submit the documents to the DMV, the company would be
Okay, and in this case,
A&E Towing.
is accurate information required to submit the lien sale packet to DMV?
Yes.
How does A&H Towing verify to DMV the accuracy of the lien sale information in the lien sale packet?
So again, they do the VP 147, which is the lien sale affidavit that gives the dates that they acquired the vehicle, who it belonged to, that they sold it at auction or whatever the price was to the person they sold it to, and then they have a notarized at the back saying that everything that was provided in the packet, along with this affidavit, is true and form the provisions of NRS 108.
Okay, and for the court's reference, what pages are those?
It's going to be 0601, Department 1, 08, and 09.
Can you turn to pages 37 to 39, please?
Okay.
How many violations was A&H Towing charged with regarding the 2007 Dodge Nitro lien sale?
Then again, I'm just going to review this. It's been a long time. One second, just. So, 1, 2, and 3.
Will you please describe the first violation A&H Towing was charged with as a result of your investigation?
I'm going to review again. So, 1 second. So in the first one, the department determined the lien sale packet and the VP 147. It was misrepresented by A&A Towing. And again, the investigation revealed a prearranged monetary agreement in place between Carabellas, the son-in-law Justin Gilbert, to obtain the certificate of title with A&A Towing. For that, which charged NRS 108-357 and a fine.
Okay, can you describe the second violation?
Again, the A&A Towing knowingly submitted the lien sale packet based on a misrepresented tow bill and attempt to obtain a certificate title for the vehicle, which is a violation of NRS 42555. And then, yeah, he was fined for that one as well.
Mm-hmm.
And then the third one, on the lien sale affidavit, they stated they sold the vehicle at a public auction to Carabellas. When it was stated by Justin Gilbert in his written notice, and I talked to Carabellas, but no public auction was held. So for that, it was another fine, another violation of NRS, and a fine.
Okay. What administrative fines did the DMV assess against A&E Towing for violation number 1?
Are you asking me the NRS specific fine or the fine total?
The fine for me.
$2,500,
For claim 2,
$2,500,
claim 3.
and $2,500.
Are these 3 administrative fines in the amount of $2,500 each within DMV's permissible fine amount?
Yes.
The notice of violation was sent to A&E Towing and included pages 37 to 41.
Yes, ma'am.
Turn to department pages 1 to 6, please.
What page is that?
1 to 6.
Okay.
You previously described how you first got involved, but is there anything you'd like to add about how you got involved in this case regarding the Dodge Nitro?
Again, for me, it was a little bit later than the initial document incident report from Central Services. That was sent to Sergeant James Robinson. And then I got involved later. He forwarded that up to me since I work here in Reno, Nevada. I kind of covered the northern section. So he submitted that to me with information of Justin Gilbert and said that he had already been in contact with the NTA. And then for me to follow up on that with the lien sale process side of it and to talk to Justin Gilbert.
Okay. Looking at the bottom of page 4, what did your investigation generally rely on?
I'm just referencing, you said the bottom of page 4. So here it says that the certified mailing letter that was sent to the last known registered owner was on March 11th of 2022, while the date of the actual letter presented in the lien packet was dated from March 18th, 2022. The first newspaper publication was listed on March 16th, 2022, in the Sparks Tribune, which in conjunction with the date of the notice sent to the previous owner, which there was a violation of the NRS as it didn't meet the allotted amount of days, which is a 22-day minimum criteria.
Okay. And then, what did your investigation reveal regarding the misrepresentation of the tow of the vehicle?
So for that, essentially, again, to go back to the beginning, when we got notified of the tow, it was towed from the address of A&A Towing, located, I don't have the exact address in front of me, but on 4th Street address to that same address. And then looking into it, we found out that Carabella's was trying to get a mechanic lien originally and couldn't figure out how to do it. They determined, or they started investigating how to do a lien sale. And they saw an A&A Towing truck. He went to the A&A Towing truck. He had the name of Jordan. Jordan referred him to a Trish Madden.
I'm just gonna object to all this as hearsay.
I'll take your objection. Just so you know, hearsay is admissible in administrative hearings under certain conditions. But I'll take your objection. Go ahead.
And so, again, part of the investigation, this is what it determined, sort of hearsay is, but Jordan Friedel stated that he spoke to, I'm sorry, not Jordan Friedel, Justin Gilbert stated that he spoke to Jordan Friedel to put him in contact with Trish Madden. And Trish Madden told him that she could get him a title for this.
It's like double.
Yeah,
hearsay.
I think we're in the double now.
Okay, how did that impact your investigation? How did what you learned from Justin Gilbert impact your investigation?
Basically, there's a misrepresent of a tow for the process of it itself.
Were you able to confirm what were you able to confirm what he told you?
Yes.
Okay, how were you able to do that?
I spoke with Justin Gilbert. He filled out the statement, and then just through our investigation, and then there was an NTA hearing as well over, I guess, the validity of the tow.
Okay, but that's separate from this.
Yes.
Can you please explain the significance of a tow bill to a lien sale?
Yeah, so I mean, the tow bill is basically, you say tow bill or like the tow slip or the impoundment invoice?
The tow slip.
The tow slip is essentially the record for the tow, saying that they got a call from who, from when, to where, to pick up whatever vehicle, the name of the authorized person requesting it, with the driver, and all of that.
How is that important to the lien sale?
Because it's stating that their initial call to pick up the vehicle is required in the lien sale packet, to basically show their record of what they got, how they got it, who they got it from.
Okay. Does DMV require tow companies like A&A Towing to complete the tow slip accurately?
Yes.
Please turn to page 7.
Okay.
Okay. I think you previously testified what a document incident report is, but would you say what it is generally?
So we have different forms of how we receive complaints in the compliance enforcement division. The document incident report is more of an internal document on the DMV side. So the DMV technician and the central services division, if they have something that they need us to look at or want us to check, they would write this out and submit it up to our department to review. Whereas like a complaint or something would come from the public side.
Okay, and who generated the document, page 7 in this case?
This came from Abby Allerman, who works in Carson City Title Central Services.
Okay. Is the document incident report generally used by the DMV?
Yes.
What towing company submitted the lien sale packet for this document incident report?
A&E Towing.
What vehicle does the document incident report regard?
In regards to the 2007 Dodge Metro.
Will you please summarize the description of the incident report?
Yeah, just give me 1 second to review it. In this one, it was an expedited lien sale submitted to Central Services. They returned it because it lacked a signed tow slip from the person requesting the tow. The Central Services then did a correspondence letter, and then when they received the new information back, it showed a different tow truck driver than the original one that was listed.
What action did you take because of this document incident report?
They began an investigation.
Will you turn to page 11, please?
Okay.
Who submitted this tow slip to DMV?
A&E Towing?
Is this form part of the required lien sale documents?
Yes.
What is the purpose of the form?
To show that A&E Towing picked up a vehicle, what the vehicle was with the VIN, where they got it from, how it was acquired or why, the authorized person who signed for it with the dates that it was received.
And what vehicle is this for?
Shows a 2007 Dodge Nitro.
The same one in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And what address did the tow allegedly begin at?
This says from property located at 14, I don't know if that's 9 or 4, but 14041 Mount Bismarck Street, Reno, Nevada, 89506.
And who authorized the tow?
True Rybar. Rebar.
And what reason did Drew Weaver give for the non-consent tow?
It doesn't state.
And what was the date of the alleged tow?
3/11/22.
Who signed as the tow car operator?
I'm not sure whose signature that is.
What other form could A&A Towing submit that identified the tow truck driver?
We'll get 067, Department 1, number 12. They have an impound invoice as well included.
Okay. Turning to page 12, what is this?
This is an impound invoice generated by A&A Towing.
Who submitted this to DMV?
A&A Towing.
Who does A&A Towing identify as the tow truck driver?
On this slip I'm looking at here, it says driver is Jordan Friedel.
Who did A&A Towing originally identify as the tow truck driver according to the document incident report?
True Rybar. Rebar.
You turn back to page 4. What did your investigation determine about the tow of the vehicle in this case?
I'm just gonna take a second to review this page. So again, from the tow of this vehicle, from my investigation, they revealed that Justin Gilbert talked to Trish Madden. She asked him to bring the vehicle to their 4th Street location. She did. There was a predetermined sum. They dropped the vehicle off. She told him that come back in 30 days. If nobody comes to pick up the vehicle, or the previous owner doesn't come to pick up the vehicle, that she'll have the documents that he requested to help him get a title. And he dropped it off to them. He came back the days later that he was supposed to, picked up the vehicle with the forms provided.
Turn to pages 8 and 9.
Okay.
What are pages 8 and 9?
It's the lien sale affidavit, the VP 147.
And who submitted the lien sale affidavit?
Chanel Hopkins on behalf of A&A Towing.
And who did A&A Towing submit this to?
The DMV.
Is the lien sale affidavit required to be in the lien sale packet?
Yes.
And what is the lien sale affidavit?
As we discussed before, lien sale affidavit, it's submitted on behalf of the business or mechanic shop or tow company in regards to the lien sale. It states who it's coming from, the vehicle that is in, and then states the date that it was sold, that a public auction was held, for how much money, and who bought it. And then on the back, it certifies that the provisions of NRS 108 were met and it was notarized.
Okay. And what kind of, what type of ownership document did A&A Towing request on the lien sale affidavit for the document to?
They requested a title.
And who filled out the lien sale affidavit?
It looks like Chanel Hopkins on behalf of A&A Towing.
What date did she certify that she filled this out?
Looks like for April 6th of 2022.
I'm looking at page 8 at the top.
Oh, I'm sorry, on the 11th of March, 2022.
What does she certify occurred on March 11th, 2022?
She says she certifies that one Drew Rebar, owner of A&A Towing, left with him or her the vehicle described as follows: 2007 Dodge Nitro, registered to what it was registered to. But yeah, she's certifying that on the 11th of March 2022, Drew Rebar left with her the vehicle described as follows. It states the VIN number with the 2007 Dodge Nitro.
And who does Ms. Hopkins certify as the registered owner?
Manually, Charlotte Mopopoulos.
And what type of charges does she certify were assessed?
She checked the boxes for towing and storage.
And what does she certify was the total sum of A&A towing and storage costs?
$2,342.74.
Does she certify that a notice and demand were given pursuant to the NRS?
Yes.
What does she certify happened next?
She says, therefore, on the 6th of April, 2022, the vehicle was sold pursuant to the provision of said law at public auction for the sum of $500, with taxes collected at $41.35, and Nevada title and processing fee of $48.25, with a total purchase price of $589.60.
Who does she certify was the purchaser of the Dodge?
Ionis John Georgios Carabellis.
And whose name? What was Ms. Hopkins' certified inspection results of the Dodge?
She checked the box she inspected the vehicle, described to the best of knowledge, and she certifies and affirms the vehicle is not a salvage, flood damage, total loss, or previously rebuilt or non-repairable vehicle.
What was the registration status of the vehicle?
There's no markings of it.
What does she certify was the date of certified mailing?
She puts March 11th of 2022.
What does certified mailing refer to? Do you know?
I believe that's when she sent certified mail. Just gonna go to it. If you look at the USPS tracking, that would be 067 Department 1 of 17, 18, 19, 20 to 21. That's showing that when she sent certified mail to the previously known registered owners are registered.
Right. Hold your place on 9 for a minute and turn to 14 to 16.
Okay.
And what are these?
These are the letters from A&A Towing to the known title holders or registered or previous registered owners.
Okay. And what's the date on page 14?
Page 14, the date this was sent says March 8th. I'm sorry, yeah, 3/18 of 2022.
Okay, page 15.
The date says 3/18 of 2022.
And page 16.
3/18 of 22.
And returning to page 9.
Okay.
What is the date of the first newspaper publication?
It says March 16th of 2022.
What's the newspaper?
The Sparks Tribune.
And what does Ms. Hopkins certify was the public auction date for the Dodge in this case?
States here April 6th of 2022.
Um, just one moment. What does she certify in the paragraph beginning, I hereby certify the firm?
This states I hereby certify and affirm that all provisions of NRS 108-270 through 108-360 and 487.250 have been complied with and make this affidavit for the purpose of satisfying the Nevada Department of Vehicles that a registration certificate and our certificate of title for the described vehicle should be issued to the purchaser upon the fact stated herein.
And who is the lien claimant as per me following that certification attestation?
Chanel Hopkins in behalf of A&E Towing.
And who signed as the lien claimant?
Chanel Hopkins, it looks like.
And on what date did she subscribe and swear to the lien claimant certification?
April 6, 2022.
And who was the notary for Ms. Hopkins' certification and attestation?
The notary states Tricia Madden.
And how did she notarize that?
The stamp.
And is there a visible signature for Ms. Madden?
My copy that I see, it's
To page 10? What is page 10?
page 10 is a BP 15 DMV form vehicle inspection certificate.
Okay. And who submitted this form?
A&E Towing.
And they submitted it to us.
DMV.
Will you please read the first 2 lines beginning, I certify that?
I certify that I have examined the following vehicle. Year 2007, make Dodge, model Nitro, body type 4-door wagon.
And this is the Dodge in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Whose printed name appears at the authorized officer inspector?
Trisha Madden.
Is there a visible signature appearing as the authorized officer inspector?
Yet again, from my copy, you can see the beginning and the end of the lines, but it's like, cool.
What address did Ms. Mann put on the vehicle inspection certificate?
1395 East 4th Street, Reno, Nevada, 89512.
Do you know what is or was at that address at that time?
Yes, I believe that was the A&A Towings business address.
What did Ms. Mann name as the Nevada authorized agency?
A&A Towings.
Sure, page 12.
What number are you looking at? Like,
12. And what is page 12?
Page 12 is the impound invoice from A&A Towing.
And what address does it list for Annie to near the top? The first one?
1395 East 4th Street, Reno, Nevada, 89512.
And who submitted this?
A&A Towing.
Mm-hmm. And to whom?
It's with DMV.
And is this part of the required detail of documents?
Yes.
At the top right area under the impound invoice, what date was this printed?
It says printed 4/23 of 2022.
What is the invoice number?
Invoice number says 04. I don't know if that's a 5 or a 6 of 2022.
In the middle of the page, what vehicle does this impound invoice concern?
2007 Dodge Nitro.
The same one in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
You, no, you were leaving.
No,
I had a medical procedure yesterday. I had
Sure.
to move.
If, just while we're here, if anybody needs to take a break or just,
Maybe we take a 15-minute break.
Oh,
That's
That'd be
fine.
all right.
would you like to?
Sure.
Okay.
I think we're right about there.
Okay. You'll have to tell me, cause I'll just go all day.
Your Honor, so I will just mention, I did talk to Mr. Talbot prior to start. We reserved that room for breakout in case we want to talk
Okay.
privately for
Sure.
there, and we have this room over
Great.
here, and we can just review.
Great, yeah, thank you.
So I think we'll do that now. Is that okay?
Sure, yeah, do whatever you need to.
Thank you.
Apologize if we're late.
I wasn't that big a try, so.
It's nice to see you again after all these years.
I was just talking to James about how I hadn't seen anybody since before COVID. And even then, it was starting to trend out because Karen was trending towards doing phone hearings only by that point.
Yeah.
2 or 3 years before COVID.
Oh, wow.
It's been 6 or 7 years, that's what we're saying.
Really?
There was an old statute that required the hearing to be held in the county where the petitioner resided.
Oh, yeah?
But they changed that and allowed it for statewide phone hearings. So that's when everything started to switch over.
Well, that makes sense. With all the technology that we have now, it's,
Yeah.
it's a lot different to have something on Zoom or Teams or whatever than
Yeah.
it was,
That Teams hearing, that was the first time I used Teams, I really liked it. The
Yeah.
transcript afterwards was very good.
Oh, good.
You can just punch the transcript. You can just save a copy,
Mm-hmm.
convert it to a transcript, and then say the thing, so. Yeah, it was very useful. Just let me know when you're ready. You're up.
Thank you.
All right, here we go.
Your Honor,
All right, hold on, we're back on the record, and now regarding, being and killing, and it is, 10:15. Go ahead.
Your Honor, I respect your previous ruling on the recording. I would like to just ask, so we have a clear record, what exactly is being recorded, what devices are being utilized?
Sure.
So we have it very clearly where they're directed at. We do have concerns that the attorney-client privilege may be threatened. Accessing the cameras are directed right at our notes, which is inappropriate. And even in, administrative hearings, that would be something that would be concerning. On top of that, we would also note that even if it is a public forum, that limited time, place, and manner restrictions can be placed on recording. And we would submit that 3 cameras is excessive for an administrative hearing.
All right, you've made your record, counsel. I'm still gonna allow all the cameras. Just to clarify the record, I think that's a legitimate question about what devices are being used. I see a cell phone, I see looks like a camera, like a regular camera. The one that's vertical, that you were moving around earlier.
Yeah, they're all,
It's just,
They're all
it's like a
cameras.
regular video camera, like
Yeah.
a webcam sort of looking thing. And then what's this one here? Oh, a regular camera.
no, it's a soul.
Any more detail about those devices or anything like that?
Are each of the 3 recording? What is that?
Are all 3 recording?
Oh, everything's recorded, absolutely, yes.
Okay.
So are these being recorded during breaks?
I never turn my cameras off in public setting.
Okay, so no. And, of course, you can renew your objection in writing or anything. I'm not aware of any statute preventing it. I understand what you're saying about the time, place, and manner restrictions. I've never dealt with them, so I'm not gonna start now. It's my understanding that people are allowed to record our hearings, and so I'm just gonna stick with that until it happens.
Are we allowed to use Teams then as an option to do this? Or-
We could, but I think we discussed it in our last one, and Mr. Rebar didn't want to do it that way. So here we are, and maybe at some future point we can make motions to use Teams. Most people don't have a problem with it. I think in this case there was an objection to using it, and we decided to meet all here today at that last one. So here we are, and we're going to keep going.
And that's fine. I would just add for the record that originally this was under the impression that it would be audio recorded only. And the accommodated Mr. Rebar.
Right.
We didn't get any advance notice that it was going to bring 3 cameras
I
to
understand.
record. That does change presentation, how we would have prepared, we would have known that we were going to be.
It doesn't look like those cameras are picking up any notes or anything like that. I don't really know that.
None of them are set up intentionally to capture any notes, as you said, I lowered them to a lower level so they wouldn't be above
Right.
things to capturing that, so I'm not really understanding the objection other than their fear of being, put out
I
in free
understand.
press.
I understand your position. It is on the record, and I'm gonna continue to allow the recording.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So we'll just do it that way. All right, Counselor, again, may continue with your presentation.
Thank you, Your Honor. We were on page 12.
Yes.
Um, um, what date does A&A Towing allege they towed the Dodge?
Page 12, correct?
Page 12.
Okay. It shows. This is daytime requested dispatch completed and come in all for 3/11/2022.
And what address does A&A Towing allege the Dodge was towed from?
1 second, I'm just trying to review this form again. It says towed from 14041 Mount Bismarck Street, Reno, Nevada, 89506.
And what address do they allege it was towed to?
This is stored at One Storage Reno, which is 1395 East 4th Street, Reno, Nevada, 89512.
Are you familiar with these addresses?
Yes.
What's at the 14041 Mount Bismarck?
It's a fenced-in lot that was or is or wasn't, at least during this time period, wasn't owned by any towing that they stored vehicles in.
And the 1395 East 4th?
That's where they had there was a business set up there, parking lot, trailer, fence,
And by they, you mean?
A&A towing.
Looking at the handwritten note regarding the date on the impound invoice on page 12. How is that note important to your investigation, if at all?
Where they have the date of what are you talking about, the
The
date?
handwritten note by the date?
Yeah, so it says, date is after first submission, which was on 4/12/2022.
And how is that note important to your investigation, if at all?
Well, I mean, looks like that this invoice was changed from their first submission.
And looking at the handwritten note again on page 12, regarding the tow truck driver on the impound invoice, how is that note important to your investigation, if at all?
Again, it looks like it was revised because initially it showed Drew Rebar, and then on this one it shows Jordan Friedel.
Um, um, do you know why the note was placed there that the driver was to record?
I mean, I'm assuming because, the document incident report that was submitted questioning, who was the driver and the different, yeah, I mean, I'm guessing to.
Objection, this question calls for speculation.
I think I'm gonna allow it, I think she's asking for his opinion. He's allowed to do that as an investigator. So, overruled, go ahead.
The Central Services Division submitted the document incident report based on this conflict of information.
And how was that note important to your investigation?
Well, again, I mean, it brings into question of why things are being changed after the fact.
Were there any other details on this incident impound invoice, page 12, that stood out to you?
Yes, there's another conflict of interest, or almost I say conflict of interest, but I mean, there's just different information presented, but it says towed from the Mount Bismarck address and stored at the 1395. Originally, that was reversed. And then, like we already discussed, the printed invoice date it was dated after the first submission, showing things were changed, and then the driver being changed from Jordan Friedel, or from Drew Rebar to Jordan Friedel.
And you said that the towed from and stored at were reversed. What did you mean by that?
So originally, when you look at the document, it shows that it was towed from, that was stored at the 14041 Mount Bismarck at some point prior in the documents.
Turn briefly to page 2. In the second paragraph, in your report of investigation, where was the vehicle towed from?
Shows that it was towed from from A&A's location located at 1395 East 4th Street, Reno, Nevada, to that same location,
Yeah, the same location would be.
the 1395 East 4th Street.
Back to page 12. On page 12, what does A&A Towing state the Dodge's drivability was?
For drivable, it says not drivable in their document.
And what did your investigation determine was the drivability of the Dodge?
We determined that it was driven to their location, dropped off to them
And how did you determine it was drivable?
through the statement from Justin Gilbert. Said that he drove it.
He said that he what?
That said that he and Carabellas drove it to that location.
Same objection here, so.
Understood. And he told you this directly.
It's in his written statement, and yes, he told it to me directly as well.
Your objection is still. Go ahead.
Looking at page 12, what are the towing charges, beginning with the hookup fee?
Towing charges, it says hookup category C day, quantity 1, price $211.15.
And the lien fee after the 4th business day?
Shows a price of $138.54.
And the set out fee?
It shows a price of $51.50.
And what, the storage charge?
This document shows storage fees for $1,807.65.
All right, and what category are the storage charges?
It says category A, secured building.
And what's the quantity of the storage charges?
27,
At how much?
at $66.95.
And you've already said the total, right?
Correct.
Looking at page 12, what does A&A Towing's income invoice state the grand total amount due was?
They show a grand total of $2,208.84 and amount due $1,708.84.
Page 13. And who's the vehicle's owner on page 13?
It's a vehicle interest, owner 1, Emmanuel Sherlomopoulos.
Okay, is there a lien holder?
There it is. It shows America First Federal Credit Union.
Is this part of the required paperwork for the lien sale?
Yes, it shows to a company, or they can find out the owners or the last known owners are registered subject to the vehicles, or if there's any lien holders.
And who submitted this?
A&A to
Two.
the DMV.
Page 14. What page 14?
Excuse me. It's a lien notice letter from A&A Towing to excuse me, America First Federal Credit Union.
And what date is this letter?
It shows a date of 3/18 of 2022.
Do you need something to drink?
That's the problem.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
And what date, does, A&A Towing on page 14 state that is the date of the auction?
It says that there will be a public auction held on April 6th 2022, 12 p.m.
Okay. Um. And where does NA towing state the public auction?
So this is going to be at 1395 East 4th Street, Reno, Nevada.
Alright. Turn to page 15, please. And what's page 15?
It's a lien notice from A&A Towing. Letter to the Emanuele Sharmalapopoulos.
Mm-hmm. At what address? For Mr. Sherman-Popoulos.
Shows the address of 695 East Patriot Boulevard, apartment 61.
And what date is this letter?
Stated 3/18/22.
And what date does Amy Towing state is the date of the auction as of on page 15?
On April 6, 2022,
Okay. At what time?
at 12 p.m.
At what location?
at 1395 East 4th Street.
And what page 16?
Page 16 is a lien notice from A&E Towing to Emmanuel Sharmalapopoulos.
Okay. At what address?
This address shows 3840 Amador Way, Reno, Nevada.
And what does this, letter state?
What does the letter state?
Yeah, what's the point of the letter?
It's a lien notice to let them know that on the 11th day of March, the above vehicle was impounded, and they're going to take a lien on it if he doesn't pay the fees associated. And then it has an auction date of April 6, 2022 at 12 p.m. at 1395 East 4th Street, Reno, Nevada. Shows some charges for the fees being incurred.
Okay. And is there a type of auction that they say they're gonna hold?
It says it's a public auction.
Just one moment, Rona. Can we turn to page 22, please?
Okay.
And what is this?
This is an affidavit of publication stating that for notice of sale of motor vehicles, the sell date from the Sparks Tribune.
Is this required as part of lien sale packet?
Yes.
And who submitted this?
A&E Towing.
What was the date of the first publication?
It shows March 16, 2022.
And the next date of publication?
March 23rd, 2022,
And the last date?
March 30th, 2022.
Is the Dodge in this case listed on this affidavit of publication on page 22?
Yes.
And where?
The very last vehicle listed, right in the column.
And how is the Dodge being sold according to the affidavit?
It says, at the bottom of the vehicles described above will be sold at public auction to the highest bidder. I can't see some of the words. The lien carried by A&E Towing. The sale will be held at 11 p.m. on the 6th day of April 2022 at 1395 East 4th.
And does this notice, have the same date and time as the other notices regarding this auction?
No.
And what page are you looking at?
For reference, I was just looking at 067 Department 1, number 15. It shows April 6, 2022 at 12 p.m. And this one shows April 6, 2022 at 11 p.m.
Can we turn to page 31?
Okay.
And what is page 31?
This is the DMV form BP 201, a lien sale registration certification.
And is this required as part of the lien sale packet for vehicle registration?
This is given after the sale of the lien sale.
Okay. So can you describe what this is?
So this is stating that Tricia Madden on behalf of A&A Towing with the business address for the 2007 Dodge Nitro was sold to Ionis John Georgios Carabellis with his address for a total purchase price of $569.60 on 4/6 of 2022.
Okay, so who submitted this?
A&E Towing.
All right. By a certain employee?
Tricia Madden.
And what's the business address listed?
1395 East 4th Street, Reno, Nevada.
Okay. And what was or is at that address at
A&E
that
Towing.
time? His signature appears?
Guessing Tricia Madden?
And does he sign it on behalf of?
Yes.
Hmm.
Annie Cohen.
On what date?
4/8/2022.
Following that date, please read what Tricia Madden certified.
Certified under penalty of perjury that I have complied with all provisions of NRS 108 and NEC 108 and have sold the described vehicle at public auction.
Is this lien sale certification for the vehicle in this case?
Can you repeat that?
Is this lien sale registration certificate for the vehicle in this case?
Yes.
And who's the alleged purchaser of the Camry?
Um,
The Dodge, sorry, excuse me.
for the Dodge,
Dodge.
it's Ionis John Georgios Parabellis.
And is this the same Mr. Carabellis that you identified in your investigation?
Yes.
And what is the alleged date of the Dodge's sale to Mr. Carabellis?
This is the date of sale of 4/6/2022.
And the purchase price?
Shows a total purchase price of $569.60.
After that section discussing the purchase price, what does Tricia Madden state that she will do as the lien claimant?
That will forward the lien sale affidavit, the VG 147, together with the lien title fees collected pursuant to the NRS 482 and 429, and other required documents to the Department of Motor Vehicles, Central Services, and Records Division, title section within 30 days from the date of the sale of the above vehicle.
And whose signature follows the lien claimant's statement?
It looks like Tricia Madden's.
And on behalf of anybody?
A&A towing.
And is there a date at the end?
4/8/2022.
Please turn to page 24 to 26.
Okay.
And what are these pages?
The first page is the statement form from the Department of Motor Vehicles Compliance Enforcement Division. It's what we use for our written statements. And 25, 26, and 27 are a typed version, a typed statement, Justin Gilbert on behalf of John Carabellis.
Okay. When did you first contact Mr. Willard?
I'm going to reference my report. On June 29th, 2022,
And how did you first contact Mr. Gilbert?
I called him via telephone.
And what were you calling him in regards to?
Basically, just to get a sense of what happened. I wanted to, like I said, I was kind of given this on the back end from when everything originally happened. So I called him to ask him what specifically went down, what the role, tell me the story, what happened. That's my call, first one.
Okay. So about the lien sale? Or
Yes.
about something else?
No, it's about the lien sale, the circumstances of that lien sale.
And what information did he provide at this first contact?
He essentially gave me a Reader's Digest version of his statement. But I asked him, since the things he was telling me, I asked him if he could come in and meet me in person and fill out a written statement. And do it that way.
When was the next contact that you had with him?
On July 6th of 2022, he came into the Reno DMV office.
Did he bring anything with him?
He did. He had the statement pre-written out. That's title assistant.
Okay.
What number was that again?
24 through 26. How did page 24 occur?
So again, in a normal situation, when someone filled out a written statement, they would write this out. We'd have this title page where they fill out their name, address, what they're doing. And then if they would like, they can type something, write something, they can curse on whatever pages it takes, and they also sign it. He brought just a written, this labeled title assist document, so I had him fill out this first page, his information to tell what he brought, and then sign it and date it.
Same objection, Your Honor. It's almost double hearsay because it says Justin King Gilbert on behalf of John Carabellas. And we don't get to cross-examine John Carabellas or Mr. Gilbert unless they appear today.
Catch up on my notes.
And I will add, for everyone, Mr. Carabellas, he's Greek, like from Greece, I don't know, his English is, like if I tried to speak English and I don't speak Greek, I didn't have a translator, interpreter, or anything like that. So that was, he helps out, Mr. Gilbert, he stated in his document that he helps, he does the administrative work for his father-in-law. And so, that's how all this came to be. He was working in the office for his father-in-law, trying to figure out mechanics lien.
Same objection to 25.
Yeah, I'm making all yours ongoing. So
Okay.
if it happens again, you don't need to object.
Okay.
Same thing. Okay, go ahead, that objection is good. Oh, what document were you referring to? What was the-
25 through 27.
Thank you.
It was 24 through 26.
Okay. Thank you, keep going.
So, the form of page 24 is something that occurs in normal course of business.
Page what?
24, the Department of Motor Vehicles Complaint Enforcement Division statement form.
Yes,
Is
ma'am.
that used in normal course of business?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection, it's not a business record.
I'm gonna overrule that.
For what?
I overruled it. I did note the objection.
So, you testified that Mr. Gilbert came in with pages 25 through 27? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So he had that prepared when he came to meet you at your meeting on July sixth, twenty
Yes,
twenty-two?
yes.
Did you ask Mr. Gilbert to bring a written statement with him?
Honestly, I don't recall. When we spoke on the phone, I wanted to get a gist of what was going on, what was happening, the situation. So when he gave me the rundown, I knew that I needed him to write this down. And I asked him that when he came in, I would need a written statement. And if I applied, he could type it out and bring it in, or anything like that. I don't recall, but he did bring it in, is what I know. And I had to fill out that first page and sign for it on that date, say that he gave it to me, and that's what it was.
Can you please summarize, can you please tell us why Mr. When starts it? Can you please summarize Mr. Gilbert's statement on pages 25 through 27?
Yep. So, summary of this, Gilbert explained that he tried to do a lien sale packet, which we refer to as a mechanic's lien, since his father-in-law owned a mechanic shop. Back in September 2021, it was rejected by the DMV. He wasn't familiar with the process, and he couldn't get, I guess he referred to the DMV and couldn't get certain answers and different things. At some point, there was a tow truck outside of his father-in-law's business for A&A towing, and he went up and asked, because in his research, he found out that tow companies do a lot of lien sales, so he wanted to ask. He was referred to A&A towing, someone named Jordan. He was then referred to someone named Trish, and she told him that she could help him with the title assist. She said there would be an upfront fee of around $560, and if you wanted it express or expedited, you could pay an additional $20. They said they could just drop the vehicle off if they had the keys and it was drivable. He spoke with his father-in-law, who said he's willing to pay the fee and do that, and they dropped the vehicle off on March 14th, 2022. They arrived at 81 on 4th Street. They met with Trisha and filled out a lien sale registration certification. Some basic paperwork. And then they were notified on April 6th, 2022 that the vehicle was ready to be picked up and would be waiting. They would be waiting for a DMV title. Justin Gilbert and his father-in-law picked up the vehicle on April 8th, 2022 at the 4th Street location of A&A Towing. He thought everything was normal until he got contacted by an agent from the NTA who started inquiring about this process.
At the beginning of his statement, he was talking about, he was trying to do the lien sale himself. In your investigation, did you find anything that supported that statement by Mr. Gilbert?
Yes. If you refer to document 6-7, Department 128 and 29 and 30, I believe. Document 28 is a DMV letter of correspondence to John's Auto Electric describing the 2007 Dodge Nitro, and it says that the department was unable to process the request, that they must submit a complete lien sale package. And then the lien sale affidavit, which is the BP 147 from John Caramellis on behalf of John's Auto Electric regarding the 2007 Dodge Nitro.
And then you mentioned page 30.
Excuse me, there's the certification. Excuse me, just with signatures and dates by John Caramellis. Ionis John Caramellis. Continuation saying that this first page with the dates and documentation, but it's incomplete.
In Mr. Gilbert's statement, he mentions in Tricia, who was able to walk him through the title assist. In your investigation, did you identify who Tricia was?
Trisha Madden,
And
who works for A&A Towing.
in his statement, he says Tricia said there was a fee around $560 and an additional $20 if they wanted express title. Did your investigation determine, what did your investigation determine regarding that $560 and the $20 express title fee?
So on the lien sale affidavit submitted by A&A Towing, showing the vehicle was sold to Ionis George Caramellis. It was for a grand total fee of $589.60. Public auction fee was $500 with a sales tax of $41.35 and a title and processing fee of $48.25. It showed that essentially it showed that they had a prearranged deal with the price up front.
Mr. Gilbert mentions the lien sale registration certification. Was that submitted as part of the lien sale packet?
He talked about the lien sale registration certification. When him and his father-in-law picked up the vehicle from A&A Towing, that he received it. And that was given to him after the lien sale.
Okay.
That goes.
On page 26, he also mentions the lien sale registration certification, that they filled it out when they arrived. Did your investigation make any determinations about the lien sale registration certification? Let me ask you this, is it normal for a lien sale registration certification to be filled out when they drop off the car?
No. That should be something given to the buyer after the process is complete.
Justin Gilbert mentions that he was notified on April 6th that the vehicle was ready to be picked up.
Yeah.
Was he at the auction? The alleged public auction on April 6th, if you know?
No, I don't,
Did he say,
yeah, he said there was no auction.
so as far as he knew, he just picked it up on April 8th?
Yes.
Okay, returning to page 4.
Page 4,
Page 4?
Okay.
What did your investigation discover about how the vehicle got to inmate Tony?
That Gilbert and Carabellis drove the vehicle to the address, 1395 East 4th Street, and dropped it off.
So they left the vehicle at 1395 East 4th Street
Yes.
for how long?
Until they came and got it on April 8th, 2022.
And how much did Mr. Carabellis pay in Tony?
$580.
Approximately or exactly?
Well, again, Gilbert stated that it was $560 fee for the $20. It was expedited, and then on the lien sale affidavit, it shows a total price of $589.60.
Mhm. And what did the $589.66 pay for?
What did it pay for?
What did he get for that?
He got a lien sale registration certificate, which he's able to take to the DMV and get a title from.
What happened after the 1 month passed from when they dropped off the vehicle?
What happened after the 1 month?
Yeah.
They picked up the vehicle and received that certificate, lien sale registration certificate. That shows that they bought it from the public auction.
What did your investigation reveal regarding whether Mr. Carabellis purchased the vehicle at public auction?
That he did not.
Just one moment here. All right, would you please state the date for this?
Okay.
And what is page 109?
109 is a screenshot of an A&A Towing Facebook page showing a public auction for Wednesday, April 6th at noon at 14041 Mount Bismarck Street, Reno, Nevada.
And why is that significant?
Because this is where the vehicle would be if this is what vehicle they had at public auction. And the address is at Mount Bismarck Street, which was different than the 1395 East 4th Street, Reno, Nevada.
I think we're almost at the hour mark. If you already.
Sure, yeah, is anybody ever take the? Okay, we'll go for it. All right, we're back on the record in the matter regarding A&A Towing. Counsel, you're still up.
Thank you.
Go right ahead.
Please turn to page 37. And what is page 37?
Page 37 is a notice of violation to the A&A Towing.
And this is regarding what vehicle?
The 2007 Dodge Nitro.
Can you summarize the first paragraph of this one, please?
Essentially, this is saying that the Department of Motor Vehicles that we had determined through investigation March 11, 2022, A&A Towing submitted a lien sale packet to obtain a certificate of title for 2007 Dodge Nitro. Yep, sorry.
That's it.
Okay.
In the second paragraph?
This is where it talks about the lien sale affidavit, the BP 147, which was certified and affirmed that all provisions of NRS 108-270 through 108-360 and NRS 47250 had been complied with. The vehicle was sold on April 6th, 2022 at a public auction for the sum of $500 plus the appropriate taxes and fees to Ionis John Georgios Carabellis.
Okay. And then paragraph 3?
Summary, this is where it says our investigation determined that the lien sale packet and the VP 147 submitted to the department was misrepresented by A&A Towing. And it states that our investigation revealed A&A Towing had a prearranged monetary agreement in place with Carabellis and his son-in-law Justin Gilbert to obtain a certificate of title for the vehicle through their apartment's lien sale process.
Okay.
We also discussed it as a ruling from the Nevada Transportation Authority that the tow of the 2007 Dodge Nitro was neither just nor reasonable and was in violation of NRS 706-311, subsection 3. And the department determined that the tow bill submitted in support of the lien sale packet violates NRS 108-360.
Okay, and that is, do you agree with those statements regarding your investigation?
Yes.
And then, and how much was the fine assessed for the first violation?
$2,500.
Please turn to page 38. Can you summarize the first paragraph, please?
Essentially, just like I said, A&A Towing knowingly submitted a wing sale packet to the department based on a misrepresented tow bill, and an attempt to obtain a certificate of title for the vehicle, which was a violation of NRS 482-555, subsection 1 and 2.
Did your investigation support this determination?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the administrative fine for the second violation?
$2,500.
And can you summarize the second paragraph on page 38, please?
This is essentially saying that A&A Towing attested on the lien sale affidavit that the vehicle was sold at a public auction to Carabellas, when in fact no public auction was held, or for Carabellas, which was in violation of NRS 108-365.
Okay, and who sold the vehicle at public auction according to this paragraph?
A&A Towing.
And did your investigation support this conclusion?
Yeah, that there was no public auction for Carabellas.
And how much was the administrative fine for the third violation?
$2,500.
So in the third paragraph, would you please summarize the third paragraph? How much was the total amount of fines?
Total amount was $7,500 for the violations listed.
And are these three administrative fines in the amount of $2,500 each within the DMV's permissible fine amounts, if you know?
Yes.
And going back to page 37, what date was this notice of violation sent?
The top, so August 30th, 2023.
I don't have any further questions at this time, Reverend.
All right. Do you want to cross-examine on each vehicle or wait till the end? How do you want to do it?
No, I'll start with this one.
Okay, go ahead. Cross-examination.
DMV processes a lot of titles every year, like 250,000. Is that accurate?
I don't know.
Approximately 10% of those, 25, 30,000 are lien sales. You don't know that?
Nope.
The citation that you just reviewed, where it was a notice violation, contains different statutes than what was set forth in the complaint. Do you agree with that?
What am I referencing? What document number?
So in your complaint,
What document number am I referencing?
so we're going to take a look at number 3. In number 3, and you wrote this report, correct?
Are we on 6-7 Department 1 for 3?
Yes.
Yes.
So you cited 6 different violations, correct?
No.
Okay. You cited 6 different statutes and NACs, correct?
I cited, yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I cited 6 different violations.
108.360 is really the penalty. Isn't that accurate? 108.360 is really the penalty.
For what?
Well, it says occurring a bill without authority or by misrepresentation. But if you look at that statute, that's really just a penalty statute. Isn't that correct?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for a legal conclusion.
Well, he's the expert here. He's the one that wrote this report.
Go ahead, you can ask the question.
That's just the penalty statute, the NRS 108.360.
I mean, I don't have it in front of me to read the NRS. I just,
You don't know offhand.
I reference everything by the actual.
All right. The next one is 108.365. Again, it's a penalty for committing certain acts involving motor vehicles. That's what you wrote.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not misrepresenting that, correct? That's what you wrote.
Can you say it a different way for me to understand what you're trying to imply?
I'm not implying anything. I'm just stating a fact that this is the statute. 3 of these that you cited are penalties, but they're not actually violations. They're penalties for violations. Just want to make that clear. The bottom 3, 108.360, 108.365, and 482.555 are the penalties for a violation, correct? And I'm specifically referring to number 1, 3, where at the top of the page it says violations.
Mm-hmm.
You see that?
I see what's a violation, yes.
Okay. But these are penalties for violations, the bottom 3, correct?
So, like, I guess I would answer it like this. The department determined that a tow bill submitted in support of a lien sale packet violates NRS 108.360. Pursuant to NRS 108.357, the department is assessing a fine. Well, that's how I would answer that question, I guess.
So it addresses a fine, correct?
I mean, 108.357
108.357 does not
that's
say.
an administrative fine. No, I'm just saying I don't know what you're asking me. I don't understand.
Well, you list these as violations, but in fact, the bottom 3 are simply penalties for violations. You agree with that, right? I mean, it says penalty for committing certain acts, criminal penalties for certain violations. So these aren't actually violations, the bottom 3, they're penalties, correct?
I'm not going to say correct because I mean, there's an NRS and you read it and there's a whole NRS to it, what it says. So, I mean, I'm not going to agree to that. No.
Well, I'm just going to read it to you. Penalty for incurring bill without authority or by misrepresentation. That's what 108.360. So that's not actually a violation. It's simply a penalty for a violation.
You're looking at me, but I have nothing more to give you other than,
You disagree?
I mean, I guess they can be interpreted in different ways.
Well,
And to me, it sounds like he doesn't know.
okay.
And then your question is getting into a little bit of argument about how the 6 statutes cited, 3 of them you're asserting are just penalty.
Yes.
Yeah, save it for argument,
All right.
unless there's some specific fact that you can ask him about this particular tow or something like that.
Well, let's start with NRS 706.4477. It does not state in that statute that you can't have a pre-bid. That statute doesn't say you can't have pre-bids on cars, does it?
I don't have the statute in front of me.
It doesn't say it. To the best of your knowledge, it does not say that.
Objection, he's testifying for him.
I'll let you go.
Cross-exam.
Keep going, Counsel. Go ahead.
So you have no idea whether or not that statute says anything about pre-bids.
Without reading it, no, I don't.
Well, you're lodging these violations. Isn't that your job to know?
So for the 706 violations, that I'm not a regulator. My job isn't in regulation of. I guess I have duties with the tow car operator, our duties of tow companies.
Well, I'm just asking you about 70. You made 3 violations that are actual charges.
No.
That's what it says
No,
here. The
He was
violations.
fined for the NRSs at the bottom. The top 3 were violations, yes, but he wasn't charged a penalty or an administrative fine due to anything with 706.
So it has nothing. So the fines obviously are the bottom part, the bottom 3. So as you sit here today, you don't know if the law allows pre-bids on vehicles.
I wouldn't say I don't know, and that implication is not. I'm not going to agree with that. No, I'm just saying I'm not reading that NRS.
Okay.
That was in there.
What statute allows or precludes pre-bids?
I don't have that information in front of me.
Well, I mean, your narrative here is pretty much based on the allegation that there was a pre-bid. I mean, if you turn to 005, it says A&A had a prearranged deal.
Which page?
005. Your conclusion in this report was
Okay.
that A&A had a prearranged deal. What statute precludes a prearranged deal?
I don't have that in front of me, but again, I guess if we're talking about a public auction needs to be held, and the person who bought the vehicle didn't know that there was an auction even to be held at all. I guess that would be my conclusion of that. You can call it a pre-bid, you can call it whatever you want. We call it if you're trying to generate a title.
I mean, you weren't there that day the auction was held, were you?
It was not.
And there's nothing wrong with people putting in pre-bids.
I don't work for the NTA. I couldn't tell you if that's.
Well, wait a minute. This is the DMV, and you're making the prearranged deal into an issue.
I'm saying that a public auction was certified and testified, or testified that the public auction was certified that took place, and Carabellas bought it at a public auction. He was given a phone call on that day to come pick up his vehicle, which he did. He never was told about a public auction. The statement says that. He showed up.
Does it matter? He's not the person that's got to be noticed. The people that got to be noticed are the people with an interest in that
It
vehicle.
says that he bought the vehicle at a public auction, which he did not.
It's a pre-bid.
I'm not here to argue with you about that.
Okay.
I'm just answering the question.
And you have no evidence, you weren't there
I have a
to say that there was no public auction.
I have a written statement.
No,
Just-
you weren't there.
Yes, but I have a written statement.
I
That's what
get
my
that.
investigation goes off of.
I'm asking you a specific question.
I was not there.
You were not there. Other than this statement from a person that again was not there, that a public auction was held or not held, he wasn't there, was he? Is this Mr. Carabellas or the other guy?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, neither of them were there, correct? So if they weren't there, how do you know there was no auction? Just because he wasn't aware of it. correct?
Action calls for speculation.
I'll sustain it. Try it again, Councilman.
To the best of your knowledge, neither Carabellis nor Gilbert were there at the time and place set for the auction.
I don't know
Your conclusion goes on to say, as a result of the agreement, that's a prearranged deal. A&A Towing misrepresented a tow slip. Okay. Again, as you sit here today, you can't identify any statute rule that states prearranged deals are not legal.
Again, in reference to the NTA hearing that took place on this specific.
Wait a minute, this isn't an NTA violation.
Well,
This-
I'm trying to answer the question.
Okay.
So I'm gonna
Go right
reference
ahead.
that. It was said that that tow was unjust for this specific vehicle. The tow, the circumstances under it were unjust. So part of the investigation, that's included in it. That's part of our exhibits. And so, again, from the statement of Justin Gilbert saying that a monetary agreement was made beforehand, he even showed up and dropped the car off and talked about, that's how we came to this conclusion.
Again, that prearranged deal does not violate NRS 706.4477. It does not violate NAC 706.4275, and it does not violate NAC 706.418.
Objection, I'm sorry. Calls for legal conclusion.
I didn't hear the question.
And also it's ask and answer.
The question is, a prearranged deal is, you can't point to the statute that says a prearranged deal is illegal. If you can, here's the time and date to do it.
There was no fine assessed based off of any of the 706s or NEC that we reference.
But you're saying that it was not just nor reasonable,
That's what the NTA
Because of-
said,
that's what the NTA alleged.
which is the regulatory control of his business.
Okay. And you're not enforcing any of their rules.
So not
It's a totally separate agency, correct?
correct.
And you didn't bring that as part of this case. Any NTA violations?
No.
Said the tow slip did not contain all the information required by law. What was missing?
By law?
Yeah.
Or by, like, how I went to.
Well, that's what you wrote. I'm saying what was missing.
What document are you looking at?
Still looking at 05.
What paragraph?
Conclusion.
And then the tow slip, are we referring to what specific document, the invoice?
I don't know. This is your writing. It says the tow slip did not contain.
Page 5.
No, I know, I just, I mean, this was written in 2023, so I mean, I don't recall exactly, at the time I was writing this, it's not, so.
So as you sit here today, you don't know what missing information required by law that was missing.
again, you're not showing me some type of reference. Are we talking about the tow invoice or the tow slip? There's two.
I don't know, you wrote this, it says the tow slip.
Well, again, there's certain things required in a lien sale packet that need to be complete. That this is all based off of. So if there was something that was missing in the tow slip, which there initially was, which had us look into this in the first place, it could have been referencing that.
What was missing?
We've already discussed it. You want me to look and tell you again, or?
What was missing specifically?
I'd have to go back to these documents. Give me 1 second to find it. Sorry. Do you know which one?
The what?
Excuse me, the document incident report.
Page 7.
So if you look at the document incident report, I can read it to you, or you can reference it yourself, however you'd like.
What page are you looking at?
07.
Okay. This is not the tow slip that
No, but
you referenced.
So this is what was missing. This talks about what was missing in the tow slip.
So it's missing a signature, is what you're saying. Is that correct?
That's what this says. Yeah, originally it says that it lacked a signed tow slip. From the person requesting the tow, correspondence was sent. It also says it mentioned the tow truck driver is going to be the one requesting the tow. And then they resubmitted the packet, A&A towing bid. At a later date, things were filled in, but things were also different from the original submission.
I mean, people do that all the time, don't they?
I'm just reading you.
I'm
just
asking.
documents. What-
I mean, you know how these things are done.
I don't-
Objection, speculation.
Overruled. Go ahead, Council.
I don't work in Central Services Division. I'm a police officer for the DMV Compliance Enforcement Division. When somebody submits a case, or when somebody submits like something like this internally from the documents report, questioning something or looking into it administratively, criminally, whatever it's going to be, I'm just kind of telling you my job scope. I'll go from there for it, but I don't work for Central Services, and I don't have the statistics of how many they do, what they do, or how many, what common and what's not common.
Well, you are aware of the NTA hearing, correct?
I was there.
And at the NTA hearing, Mr. Rebar stated exactly why they were different names. Do you recall what that was?
I don't.
Because they have an accounting system. They have to change it to account for the payment to the driver. And then they change the name over to Mr. Rebar.
Objection, compound question.
Do you understand that?
I mean, I'm hearing what you say, but I mean, do I understand it or not? I don't know the details of this business and how they operate now.
So it says, number one, there's no signature on the tow slip. And number two, it says the tow truck driver can't be the one requesting the tow. As you sit here today, what statute, rule, or NAC do you rely on in making an issue out of that?
I don't have that exact, like I said, the interest in front of me, but a consent tow and a non-consent tow. And when trying to generate a lien sale based off of a tow, a consent tow, from my understanding, again, I'm not the regulatory agency. but
Objection, lack of personal knowledge.
Overruled. Keep going.
For a lien sale, if you submit a lien sale, it's generally given because they get notified I mean, just all the different reasons that they can, and that they can take a vehicle in. But essentially, it's not someone calling and requesting a tow, because if that's the case, it would be a consent tow, and you would say, sure, I'm gonna charge you this much for a tow. And that person says, sure, come get my car and take it. And now they're covered and they're in, whether whatever happens for the vehicle or not. In this cases, a lien sale is being submitted so they can take ownership of the vehicle and then sell it or whatever they had to do for services rendered because they were not paid for it beforehand or upfront or something like that. So in regards to a lien sale, yeah, I'm not a regulatory agency of NTA, or if I don't know who's interested in those rules, and I'm not trying to, and he wasn't fined for anything for that. But for the lien sale aspect of it is where it came into play.
So you didn't write the fines up. That was Mr. Appleton, right?
I am Mr. Appleton.
I'm sorry.
Sergeant,
Let me go back and find those.
That's who you're talking about right there.
yeah, Sergeant Robinson, right?
Sergeant Robinson. So Sergeant Robinson is the one that wrote the citations, correct?
When you say the citation,
Well, I'm referring to,
the notice of violation.
notice of violation.
So I wrote the notice of violation. It gets submitted to a sergeant or my supervisor. Sergeant Robinson was my supervisor at that time, and it is still technically. And then he can edit it, make changes, make things, put a price in, that type of stuff. Yeah, so it comes back on me, and then eventually it gets approved by Sergeant Robinson or even up higher, depending on anything else. But I mean, every case is kind of different.
So you said that this fine assessment was not based on a pre-bid, correct?
He wasn't fined under any type of, no, I don't have it in front of me again, so it's. The fine wasn't induced based off of anything from a 706 violation, is what I said.
The 706 violation, specifically, what does that mean?
NRS 706-4477, NAC 706-4275, NAC 706-418.
And as you sit here today, you're saying that none of those statutes preclude pre-bids on liens.
Objection has to answer.
I'll sustain that one.
Okay, we'll talk about prearranged deals. None of those statutes preclude prearranged deals.
Okay.
So other than the tow slip not having a signature, and the tow truck application, the second one, having a name change, correct? Is that what you're saying?
That's not what I'm saying, because I don't know what you're implying. You're leading me down something that I'm not walking down.
What I'm asking you is to identify each and every quote unquote misrepresentation in this lien packet.
I mean, so you want me to go through it?
I mean, we could do it a different way. Start from start from the beginning. We're not gonna go through your report. Let's look at start with number 7.
Okay. What do you want me to do with it?
Tell me if there's anything here that you believe is inaccurate.
When you say inaccurate, like, this was submitted to me by Central Service there. This was submitted,
Okay.
not to me, but this was submitted by Central.
So this is not part of the lien packet, correct?
No.
There is number 8. I mean, there are 25 lines to this. What is inaccurate or misrepresented, if anything, in this lien sale affidavit?
I would just object, these are vague questions, and they draw something specific in the document that he's asking about.
No,
I think he's still trying to get to what's missing.
yeah, that's what's missing from this document that makes it inaccurate or a misrepresentation.
I'm not sure if anything's missing from this specific page, but inaccurate. It stated that on the 6th of April, 2022, the vehicle sold at a public auction for the sum of $500 with the sales tag to this individual. That, according to their own, Justin Gilbert, the son-in-law, on behalf of this individual who's you're saying bought it, that would be inaccurate.
Okay, so you think that's inaccurate?
Yes.
How about the lien claimant certification on page 9? What's inaccurate?
Again, I don't have all this in front of me, or I have it in front of me, but I believe there were some dates, there are some inaccurate dates on here, and I'd have to go through the report.
Well, I mean, this is a standard form that was filled out, correct?
I guess. it came-
By Chanel, it says Chanel Hopkins, A&A Towing.
Yep.
And they, A&A, like everyone else, is required to publish the sale of a vehicle for a lien packet, correct?
Yep.
And this was published correctly. I mean, you would agree that this document was correctly done. I mean,
Well, you keep,
they followed the proper procedure to publish the sale, correct?
or maybe they attempted to, and again, I'd have to, like, I'm not reading all this stuff,
Well, I mean, you already went through that on direct exam, and you read the publication
Yep.
from Sparks, and they did nothing wrong there. That was done correctly.
some of the dates were inaccurate, I believe.
Okay. What date?
Again, I'd have to like turn to it and give it a read through.
I mean, they printed a publication. You read it.
Yep.
What's wrong with that? The dates?
It didn't meet the criteria of the 22-day lien sale for that.
Okay.
And it's referenced in the report with the NRS violation.
By how many days did they miss? 1 or 2?
Yeah. I didn't know, right?
So if it was published, date of certified mailing is the 11th, and it's 22 days, that would be over 22 days, wouldn't it?
I don't have that. I can reach in my report if you want.
But I'm just saying, this says the date of the mailing was the 11th of March, correct? That was the date of the certified mailing.
1 second. So now we're talking about certified mailing.
Yes.
That says on the 11th of March, yes, and it was sent on the 3/18.
Where does it say it was sent in 3/18? It says public auction date was the 6th of April.
Hold on, you're asking me two different things, so I need to keep you in my lane. You're either talking about the letter sent, or you're talking about the public auction.
Well, according to this document, the date of certified mailing was the 11th of March, correct?
Time out. You're asking me two different things. So one, with the posting to the Sparks Tribune and all of that, that's one thing that we started. And now you're asking about certified mailing, which is something different.
Okay, well, we're just, according to this document, would agree that it says the certified mailing was done the 11th of March. And again, we're referring to
Hold on.
009.
Okay. Okay, it says date of certified mailing, 11 March of 2022. But if you look at, I'll reference it for you. If you look at 14, 15, and 16, which are the certified mailings, it has a date of 3/18/2022. So that would be an inaccuracy of that page,
Okay?
as you asked me.
And as far as let's go through this. Oh, the first date of newspaper publication, is that correct?
First day of interest published 16 March. Let me refer to it in a second. 16 March. Yes,
Was it posted in the Sparks Tribune?
that's what it says.
Address 155 Glendale Avenue. You have no reason to believe that's inaccurate.
No.
The public auction date is the 6th of April.
With a different time, 11 p.m. than that's stated in all the letters, which would be another inaccuracy.
So if it was at 11, it would have been at 12 o'clock, right? Correct? That's what the document said?
Some documents say one thing, others say others.
But if this one says 11 and it was held at 12, that wouldn't be a problem because they'd already be there, right?
I couldn't tell you.
Do you know how many people showed up for this auction?
I wasn't there.
So turning to the impound invoice,
Which page?
12.
Yeah.
It says Visa payment of $500 applied on 4/8/2022, correct?
Hold on, where am I looking at?
Underneath the summary,
Underneath the review, visa payment?
Yeah.
Yes, it says that.
okay. you have no evidence to contest the fact that neither one of these people paid for the vehicle anytime sooner than 4/8/2022.
I believe in my discussion that it was referenced that he paid up front. Do I have evidence of that? No.
So there's no evidence that he paid up front, other than making a payment on 4/8/2022.
I suppose so.
And there was a time at the DMV. I mean, let's talk about the DMV rules and regulations. There was a fairly lengthy tow truck driver manual. Do you know that?
It's actually outside the scope of track.
Yeah, let's, where are you going with this, Kelvin?
I want to talk about how the rules have changed over time. And how-
For legal conclusion.
Well, I mean,
I'm gonna let it go, keep going.
are you aware of the tour and record guide?
Yes.
And you know that tour and record guide was withdrawn in 2020?
I'm not sure when it was withdrawn.
And you know that the tour and record guide, they never replaced that with another tour and record guide?
Like currently?
Well, currently they do, but not at the time this happened.
Do you have dates or anything for me?
Well, the date that this transaction occurred, which is March, April of 2022.
You're saying there was no tow and record guide?
Are you aware of the fact that there was no tour and record?
I don't regulate any kind of tow and record guide or anything like that, no. And from what I do know, it's a reference material for people to do different types of actions and the forms needed for the DEV and everything. It's not a conclusive, it's a reference.
Okay. Let's turn to 13.
Okay.
I mean, this is a typical form where if you're filing a lien packet, you have to notify the owner and anybody with an interest in that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
As far as you know, sitting here, this was properly done.
Yeah, there's letters sent to 2 different addresses for Sherman-Papalis and the lien holder. America First. Excuse me.
So as far as you can see, all the owners and interest lien holders were properly notified. And they properly notified all of the people with an interest in this vehicle.
So it's like,
Okay, turn to 14.
Okay.
You're not taking issue with any of these bills, are you?
the bills?
Yes. The storage fees, those are correct, aren't they?
That's the NTA regulatory, not mine.
Okay. So you're not relying on anything there to make your claim.
Yeah, that's not in my, work for the DMV.
That's an NTA thing.
I think so, yeah.
So if those charges were not accurate, the DMV has nothing to do with that.
Correct.
Then turn to page 22. Do you see that affidavit of publication?
I do see it.
It says it was published the 16th, 3/23, and March 30th, 3 times, which is what's required for publication, correct?
The 3 times?
Yeah, the statute requires A&A Towing to publish it 3 times.
Yeah, NRS 108 goes over all this.
And this was done correctly.
And again, I haven't done the math on this one specifically because there's different things here with different cases, but I believe there may be an issue with the dates or that 22-day period of this. And if not, maybe the other one, I don't know. But I just haven't done the math on it. But I mean, this publication is normally submitted in an Excel packet with those concurrent things.
Standard procedure.
Yes,
They met that standard procedure.
sure.
And then there's an application for expedited processing. That
23.
23.
Good.
That has nothing to do with A&A Towing, does it? That's when they were trying to do it, correct?
Well, I mean, printed name of requester is Chanel Hopkins from A&E Towing. But that's, yeah, I mean, I guess if a customer wants, my understanding, if a customer wants it expedited, this process expedited, then they can pay the extra money for that.
Okay. And that fee, they charge the correct fee. I mean, you don't do expedited titles anymore, do you?
I couldn't tell you, I work for the compliance enforcement division.
All right.
not-
But an expedited fee, you don't take issue with the $20 that was charged for an expedited fee, for an expedited title.
Again, I don't in my day-to-day activity, I don't deal with this type of document.
Okay. So as you sit here today, you've got no evidence to show that that was an overcharge, undercharge, or a proper charge.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
So A&A Towing didn't initiate this entire event. In fact, Mr. Carabalis did. Is that accurate?
In reference to what?
Well, Mr. Carabalis, according to his statement, Justin Gilbert, on behalf of him, his father-in-law actually sought out A&A Towing to get this done. Isn't that accurate?
Just like the witness statement says, it says that they tried to do it mechanically first. Didn't go well.
I understand
They had
that.
questions, and they saw A&E tow truck driver, and they inquired about that. They inquired to that tow truck driver, and he was referenced to A&E towing.
And that's what I'm saying. He sought out the tow truck driver to get this done.
Objection, lack of personal knowledge.
Oh, you can ask a question, go ahead.
I mean, I just told you.
According to number 25, says, I met a tow truck driver who worked for A&A Towing and happened to be towing a car outside of my father-in-law's shop.
Uh-huh.
I approached him.
Okay.
So you would agree that Mr. Carabella started this. I mean, A&A Towing wasn't out seeking these types of deals.
I couldn't tell you that or not. I mean, that's what
You
it
have no
says.
evidence of that.
Sure. I'm just telling you, what he said is what he stated, and then he was referred to the individuals at A&A that had really been over it, and he was told that he gave a title assist, whatever that is.
As you sit here today, there's no evidence that A&A Towing sought out these people. There's a difference between me coming to you and you coming to me. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I feel like I answered your question as good as I could.
Okay. And in this case, Carabellas came to A&A Towing.
Gilbert called A&A Towing to inquire, yes.
So just to be clear, 29, 30, and 31, I'm sorry, those two documents, 29 and 30, those are not, those documents have nothing to do with A&A Towing, correct?
No, this was submitted, this was the Carabellas and his mechanic shop's attempt to try to do a lien sale.
Okay. The next one is, well, it says E1. Mine says E1.
Okay, the lien sale registration certification?
Yes. The date on that is 4/8/2022, correct?
Correct.
So that's the date that the vehicle was turned over to Mr. Carabellas,
Correct.
okay? There's nothing inaccurate about the way this was filled out.
Just let me review it if you don't mind real quick.
Go right ahead. It's either 31 or E1.
If it's the lien sale registration certification, we're on the same page. I say
Okay.
E1. It shows a date of sale of 4/6/22. You're asking me how it's filled out, if it's correct, or if I have an issue.
Well, I want to know if you believe there's some misrepresentation or inaccuracy.
I do, because it says that A&E Towing certified under penalty of perjury that have complied with all provisions of NRS 108 and NEC 108 and have sold the described vehicle at public auction.
Say that one more time.
In this form, if you look under, it's kind of the top underneath the signature of Trish Madden, what looks like with the date of 4/8/22. Underneath that, it says certified under penalty of perjury that I have complied with all provisions of NRS 108 and NEC 108 and have sold the described vehicle at public auction.
Okay.
I would say there's a misrepresentation of that.
What is the specific misrepresentation?
That John Carabellas or Justin Gilbert did not show up to a public auction and buy this vehicle.
It doesn't say they did.
It does. It says that it was sold. It says signature. So basically what it says is that this vehicle was sold the date of sale of 4/6/2022 under penalty of perjury that complied with all provisions of NRS 108 and NEC 108. So if you want to go through that, then you can see that I have an issue with this document because they didn't go to a public auction to buy this.
Well, that's your opinion, and you're basing that on his written statement, and he wasn't there, correct?
He wasn't at the public auction?
Correct.
Correct, so how can he buy it?
And you can't point to any NRS or any NAC that says you can't have a pre-bid on an auction.
I can't, no, but I'm just going off of this.
I mean,
you know.
you understand what the auction process is.
I mean, I haven't gone to an auction, no.
You understand that you can pre-bid at auctions.
And what type of advance?
Any, you can give any.
We're getting off track a little bit. Next question.
Your Honor, I will say we're almost.
Yeah, we're getting close. I've been watching. I was gonna let him finish cross. Unless you have a long while, Mr. Salvatore. Do you have a lot of cross left or?
No, sure.
Okay.
I've only gotten through 39 documents.
All right, well, why don't we break it here then and, for lunch and then we'll pick up with you, after lunch with your.
All right.
All right, we'll go off the record. Okay, does everybody want an hour less?
How much?
An hour. Alex, from yourself to have the floor with cross-examination.
I would just quickly, if you could lower that back down to what it was.
Yeah, can you lower that one back down?
And of course, we renew our objection.
Just, yeah, of course, just down to table level. Yeah, there you go.
Turn to page 12. Page 12 has a list of charges, which total 1708, actually 2208.64. Correct? Says grand total 208.64.
Okay.
So I just want to make it clear.
If I could, just for the record, Mr. Remore stepped out. That door's not shut. Shut the door.
I'll do it. Go ahead, you keep going, Councilman.
I just want to make sure that you're not maintaining that any of these prices on the price list are inconsistent with the rates that should be charged for that tow.
I don't work for the NTA.
Well, there's a rate list that you've included, or your attorney's included, which has the NTA list of charges. So I just wanted to confirm that you're not saying there was an overcharge anywhere.
Again, there was no administrative fine levied based on anything to do with the Transportation Authority, NRSs, or anything like that.
Okay. So I take it from that, that you don't have any comment about page 35 as to whether these charges listed on page 35 are in any way illegal.
Objection, call for legal conclusion.
Overlooked, go ahead.
Let me review it real quick now. But again, no administrative fine was levied based off of this. For me.
Okay, thank you. So essentially, your complaint is based on the following claimed misrepresentations. Tow slip that did not have a signature, correct?
And the violations, again, I mean, I don't know what you're specifically asking me.
I'm trying to identify your complaint essentially states that there are misrepresentations or missing information. I just want to make clear what those were.
I think we've been doing that.
Toe slip, not, and I just want to go through the list that I've accumulated.
Okay.
Toe slip not having signature, correct?
That was sent out from Central Services Division as part of their complaint to, or correspondence that was sent to A&A Towing initially.
Then there was a name change from the first application to the second regarding the driver of the tow truck, correct?
Correct.
Went from one name to Mr. Rebar's name,
Our wit from Rebar to another name.
okay? Then you said there were some discrepancies with dates on some of the documents.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. The letter sent, what they were listed on that. VP 47.
Anything else?
Yeah, I mean, again, right? Initially, from our Central Services Division, they saw some inaccuracies. They did a correspondence back to A&A Towing. A&A Towing resubmitted paperwork. They had questions about that. It was sent up to my division.
What's your understanding of that process? I mean, is that the normal process? If there's something inaccurate, they send the tow company a request for more information?
They can, like you said, if there was a missing signature, something like that, or something not complete, or like sometimes, just for example, they're going to say it's a police tow, a police request tow, but there's not a police report attached to their paperwork. So there was some correspondence back, and they'll say, "Can we get a police report documenting this for your records?"
Okay.
Or if they don't get it, or if they can't get it, they would ask me, since I'm a police officer or my division or someone in it, can I contact, whatever police jurisdiction that they're looking for or for records to get that document needed. Just different types of things like that. So it goes up and down in different ways. And there's 1,000 different examples, but okay.
Is there anything specifically that other than we just discussed that was a misrepresentation or something omitted?
Yes. The excuse me, just looking back in this. The auction was in question, the location where it was towed to, from, to, all of that. There's just a lot of discrepancies that made us review this.
Well, which discrepancies did you rely on in bringing this case?
So again, when it was actually presented up to me, it had already been a couple different, like, A&A submitted a link cell document, correspondence was sent from the DMV, A&A sent more another document. There was questions, it was submitted up to my supervisor, James Robinson. I think the NTA looked at it or was involved. And then by the time it got to me personally, when I came involved in this or aware of what A&A Towing was for the first time I ever heard it or anything like that, is when I got that notification. Could I look into this case, give Justin Goldberg a call and ask him about the process that went into this thing. So
you turn to 75?
Okay.
Right next to True Rebar, it says owns A&A Towing. Who wrote that?
I'm not sure. Yeah, I have no idea.
You have no idea?
I didn't write it.
There's also page 12.
Yeah.
There's some writings there aside from the type material. Do you have any idea where that came from?
I'm assuming it came from Central Services, but who specifically wrote it, I don't know.
Okay.
The document incident report, we've already went over it and submitted that. The specific name, if you want me to tell you the name.
So you're assuming somebody from Special Services wrote it, but you don't know that.
No, I don't know who wrote it, no.
And the NOS True Rebar,
It says was Drew Rebar,
was True Rebar. You don't know who wrote that either.
not specifically, no. It was stated in the document incident report. There was you can see date is after first transmission and what it previously was, because that was part of the Central Services complaint. So that's why I take my assessment and where it probably came from.
So when they get a first and a second submission, that's kind of the normal course if there's missing information or something inconsistent, right?
Again, I don't work for Central Services or take these things, but yeah, I mean, like I said, like if they need something specific, they would have sent a correspondence letter, which I think is part of these exhibits of what they requested and needed from the A&A token.
Did you collect document 109 yourself? It's the pictures of the vehicles.
Hold on a second. Yeah,
You did? You personally collected this?
Yeah.
So there's another 3 photos that were not included. I mean, do you see the vehicle in this case?
let me look. We're referring to the 2007 Dodge Nitro.
Yes.
It's hard to see in this, but I don't see it in these top pictures right here.
And the bottom picture on the right says that there's 3 more
Yep.
autos, correct?
Correct.
So that could have been the Dodge Nitro, one of those.
It could have been. I don't. Again, I did this so long ago.
But you didn't include,
I don't have Facebook, and so when I collected these, this was as a visitor. Like I only have limited access to it,
okay. Limited access.
so I can see like a page, but I can't. Like I don't have. I'm not a member of Facebook, so
I understand. But it would appear that we're missing 3 photos that were on the bottom right.
okay.
You agree?
It says +3, and I don't see any more.
Okay. And you didn't copy any more
I
other than that?
just took a screenshot of what I could see.
All right, I've got no further questions right now.
Thank you, read direct.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. All right, Your Honor, thank you.
Right, but
Um, Mr. Salvatore asked you, that, any auction goers would have been at the auction at 11 PM for a 12 PM auction. Is it correct that anybody who was attending the auction, who was at A&A Towing's location at 11 o'clock at night would have been there for a noon auction?
It doesn't, it's 11 o'clock at night,
Yes.
for 12 noon the next day, or noon at some point.
Noon that day.
Doesn't seem reasonable.
So if you showed up at 11 PM for a noon auction, would you have been there in time?
No, I wouldn't say so.
Alright. Regarding the prearranged deal. When was the deal made?
According to Justin Gilbert, when he called to inquire about the lien sale process, and the title was this told him by Tricia Madden.
Okay,
She gave him a price range with a $20 expedition fee to drop the car off.
so during the initial phone call,
According to Justin Gilbert, yes.
and your investigation supported that, right?
Yes.
Did Mr. Carabellis and Mr. Gilbert, did Mr. Carabellis and Mr. Gilbert submit the lien sale packet?
Did they submit the lien sale packet?
Yes, for this. Or did A&A Towing submit the lien sale packet? That you investigated?
So the investigation went on E&A's.
The notice of violation, did that include your report?
Can I just, hold one second. Where's the notice of investigation?
It is on page 37.
So, the notice of investigation. This is a separate document.
So then,
This-
didn't,
This is what the, specific administrative fines, that were handed out.
so the notice of investigation was not sent to A&E Towing, just the notice of violation.
Yes. This,
The report of investigation was not sent along with the notice of violation.
no, just 37 through. 41, I believe.
Can you turn to page 11, please?
Yeah.
Besides what you've already pointed out regarding the towing and other things, do you see anything else that you determined was missing?
The section for the reason for private property or non-consent tow. Bandit, posted fire lane, improper unauthorized parking, multi-family 48-hour. Person broken, I can't read everything off my copy. But that section is incomplete.
All right, and back to page 109, please.
Okay.
If, as Mr. Salvatore suggests, the Dodge in this case was included in the photos, where does this Facebook posting say the auction was?
It lists the address of 14041 Mount Bismarck Street, Reno, Nevada 89506.
Okay, on what day and time?
April 6th at noon.
And does that align with what they certified and attested to on the lien sale affidavit and the lease limit certification on pages 8 and 9?
I'm just reviewing the documents. Ansel affidavit states that on the 6th of April 2022, the vehicle sold at public auction. Then on the back, it states the public auction date of April 6th, 2022. That's all I see for in the public auction.
Okay, does that comport with what was noticed on the affidavit of publication on page 22?
For this one, it says the sale will be held at 11 p.m. on the 6th day of April 2022 at 1395 East 4th. So no, it does not.
That's all I have now.
All right, thank you, Reed, Ross, anything?
No.
Same witness, next vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So, yeah,
Do you want, well, if we were gonna have Mr. Rebar testify?
Yeah, right now the department's putting on their case. And
One at a time or?
all three.
Okay.
Yeah, so they're on to the next vehicle now. That's why I asked you earlier if you wanted to cross on each vehicle or do them all at once. I thought you chose correctly by doing it by each vehicle.
I wanted to do each vehicle.
Yeah.
I thought we were gonna do the whole case.
We are.
Okay, so,
She's moving on to the next vehicle.
all right,
Yeah.
all right.
Sure.
I'm gonna step out, we can proceed or just be quiet.
So what I was thinking.
that's what.
It's technically speaking, it's three separate actions, but they're being consolidated. Okay. And then for this hearing, it's all three will be presented, and then your defense will be for all three actions as well. but for cross-examination purposes, we're doing it
Okay.
separate, doing each vehicle separately just to
Alright,
make it clear.
That's fine.
Go right ahead.
Oh, I thought they were doing I thought he said that,
Yeah, well, he was, as far as Mr. Rebar testified, I was gonna wait until the state was done with their
That's fine.
entire case and then you were gonna
Okay.
present yours.
I mean, that's usually what.
Yeah, I mean, and you know, with administrative hearings, the rules are pretty much whatever you want to make. As far as logistics and, you know, getting through the hearing and that sort of thing. So we're pretty open. I think we're gonna go ahead with the next vehicle.
what, are they not presenting anything on
No.
067?
He's gonna wait. On the Nitro, on the Dodge Nitro. That's what.
No, on the Dodge, yes.
Right, we're done with the Dodge for now, but he's gonna be talking about the Dodge in his, when he does his.
Can't we just finish the case now?
I would rather you present your entire case and then he presents his entire case. Yeah, that's normally how we would do it. And I'm assuming we'll probably go into the third vehicle on March 11th, the next session. Or maybe start the third vehicle today. I don't know. We have about 25 minutes till break, so. I would just go ahead and go to the second vehicle. And, you know, while we're on this subject, do you prefer to submit a written, closing?
Yes.
Okay. I think we talked about it a little bit. So we'll end up doing that, right? While you were out, we were talking about logistics a little bit. So I'm having the State Department present its entire case, but he's gonna be cross-examining on each vehicle. And then when you're closed and done with yours.
So we won't be able to do the third vehicle today.
No, we won't.
Okay.
We have another session March 11th. And we should be able to finish that. If not, we'll make arrangements then.
We did have one other outstanding item that we just became aware of for lunch. I don't know if you want to talk about that now or.
Wait, yeah, is it for the record or?
For the record.
Okay, go ahead.
So we were made aware at lunch that part of our confidential settlement discussions and terms were posted online by Mr. Rebar. I believe that's a violation of NRS 48.0115.
It doesn't have anything to do with me. If the state wants to do anything about that, that's their business.
Do you want to put that on the record?
It'll be fun.
Okay, so,
We're gonna take a break in like 25 minutes, you said?
yeah, about 25. Okay, right.
The whole thing's gonna be on public record very soon.
Okay.
Can you see the office at home?
Your Honor, may we have 5 minutes or so?
Sure.
I want to make sure my next witness is available this afternoon.
Okay.
The one-
Am I calling somebody or?
Yes.
Yeah,
we will.
okay. All right, let's go up the record.
Yeah.
This witness, is it's for the third vehicle or?
It's for the second vehicle.
Okay,
It's after, just figure out. But I wasn't sure what time she leaves,
okay.
so I didn't want to surprise the board.
Okay, what do we do?
I have, investigator Appleton up first.
Okay.
My second witness leaves at 3:30,
Okay,
so,
it's a couple hours.
hour and 15 minutes. So, I just want to be clear.
Okay,
Okay,
and then, if we go over and they're not available, then we'll push them to the next one.
sure.
And is he the only witness for the third vehicle?
No.
Separate witness for that one too? Okay,
So for the third vehicle,
All right.
it's not available today. So, or,
okay. So, let's just go forward, do the best we can. If we run out of time, we'll bring that witness in on the next session.
Thank you.
Well, let me get back on the. All right, we're back on the record, and go ahead.
Can we skip all the introductory questions?
Yeah, it's up to you. If it's repetitive and it's already in the record, then it's there.
Um, Were you assigned to investigate this lien sale?
Which 23 SF 5174?
Or on 191?
You're on 191.
Toyota Camry.
Okay. Are you familiar with the lien sale packet for a 1987 Toyota Camry submitted by A&E Towing?
Yeah, just, is there a, I'll just have to look at the document. Number 11. I'm sorry, this document is a report on number 12.
I'm seeing the lien sale packet for this car.
Yes.
Were you assigned to investigate this lien sale?
For this one, I believe. There's just, I'm trying to, let me see. Yes, I will. Well, the document is notice where it was submitted for this sales packet to the compliance enforcement division. Which I got assigned to at some point, yes.
When did you receive this lien sale to investigate?
Around May 5th of 2022.
And how did you receive this lien sale packet?
The document incident report was submitted on the Central Services Division.
Looking at Exhibit Department 2, pages 1 to 36. Generally, what is this packet of documents?
I'm sorry, what page did you say?
Let's see.
Yeah, I can't hear very well.
Keep it
1 to 25.
1 to 25.
Okay, so this entails a reported investigation, case number 22-03191. And just going through it to refresh my memory. Here's the document incident report from Central Services Division. And then there's a lien sale packet 12 through 25. No, I'm sorry. There's a lien sale packet included along with a statement from I don't want to say this name wrong. Antonacio Barraza.
Okay, looking at pages 1 through 10, who prepared the report of investigation?
Did you say 112 or 212?
1 to 10,
1 to 10.
1 to 10.
I did.
And what vehicle does this report of investigation concern?
1987 Toyota Camry, last four of VIN 1766.
Can you identify pages 1 to 10, please?
It's my report of investigation.
Page 11.
Page 11 is a DMV form BP 195 document incident report.
Pages 12 and 13.
12 and 13 is a BP 147 lien sale affidavit.
And 13. Is that the same?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, page 14.
On page 14 is a tow slip from A&E Towing.
Page 15.
Page 15 is a vehicle inspection certificate. DMV found.
Page 16.
16 is an in-house invoice from A&E Towing.
Page 17.
It's a lien notice letter from A&E Towing.
Page 18.
It is an Auto Data Direct form for the vehicle interest and owner.
Pages 19 and 20.
USPS tracking.
Page 21.
21 is the affidavit of publication for the Sparks Tribune and news postings.
Page 22.
It's a lien sale registration certification.
Pages 23 and 24.
23 and 24 is a Department of Motor Vehicles Compliance Enforcement Division statement form.
Okay. Page 25.
And 25 is a translation The first two are written in Spanish, I believe it's Spanish. It's a translation.
And, 26 through 30.
This is Nevada Transportation Authority model tow tariff for A&A towing.
And 31 to 35.
Thirty-one and 35 is the notice of violation for this case.
And page 36.
36 is a Facebook snapshot of an A&A towing public auction for Wednesday, March 23rd.
And how do you know what pages 1 to 36 are?
This is 36, this is my investigation. Our exhibits and things used for the investigation.
Okay. Are exhibit pages 1 to 36 true and accurate copies of the report of investigation exhibits?
Yes.
I move for the exhibits 1 to 37 to be placed into evidence.
Any objection, counsel?
Yeah,
Or just say once from.
same objection, there's multiple hearsay statements without being able to confront
I understand.
the.
Yeah, I made that one, I'm
accusers.
going to.
And then, secondly, there's an interpretation of what was stated. And as far as I know, that person's not a witness in this case. We're not going to hear from them if they accurately transcribe the statement. We don't know what their qualifications are, what their educational background is, or, I mean, as far as I know, people that transcribe things for court are usually licensed in some way. We don't know any of their qualifications to do that. So, yes, I object to all of Mr. Barraza's statements and the interpretation of those statements and any other hearsay statements contained therein. But I think that's primarily.
All right, your objection is noted, counsel. I'm gonna admit them, for now under those, notwithstanding those objections, but they're in for now. Go ahead.
What towing company does this lien sale involve?
And Antonin?
Can you please identify the pages that A&A Towing submitted to the department?
Page 12. Through 22. 21 would be the lien sale packet, and then 22 the lien sale registration certification that was issued from A&A Towing to Mr. Barraza. that he brought to the DMV, so I'm not sure if that's what you're asking, but pages 12 through 21 are the lien sale packet submitted by the vehicle.
And who's responsible to complete the lien sale packet?
And um,
Is accurate information required to submit lien sale packets to DMV by A&E Towing?
yes,
And how does A&E Towing verify to the DMV that accuracy of the lien sale information inside the lien sale packet?
the lien sale affidavit, BP 147.
Please turn to page 31 to 35.
Okay,
How many violations was A&E charged with regarding the 1987 Camry?
three violations.
Can you describe the first violation A&E Towing was charged with as a result of your investigation?
Yeah, just I was thinking to review this. So for this paragraph, the department determined that the lien sale packet submitted by A&E Towing was misrepresented. Investigation revealed that A&E Towing had a prearranged monetary agreement with Barraza to obtain a certificate of title through the lien sale process.
And what did the department determine about the tow bill?
That it violates NRS 108-360.
Mhm.
And that it was, that where the agreement where the vehicle was dropped off at A&E Towing's, it wasn't just or reasonable. It was in violation of NRS 706, 331, subsection 3.
What administrative fine did the DMV assess against A&E Towing for violation of the ordinance?
$2,500.
Can you describe the second violation A&E Towing was charged with as a result of your investigation?
A&E Towing normally submitted the lien sale packet to the department based on a misrepresented tow bill and attempt to obtain the certificate of title for the vehicle, which is a violation of 482-555, subsection 1.
What administrative fine did the DMV assess against A&E Towing for violation of G?
$2,500.
Can you describe the third violation A&E Towing was charged with as a result of your investigation?
They attested on a lien sale affidavit that the vehicle was sold at public auction to Barraza. In fact, the public auction was held, which is a violation of NRS 108-365.
And what administrative fine did the DMV assess against A&E Towing for violation of G?
$2,500.
Are these three administrative fines in the amount of $2,500 each within the DMV's permissible fine amounts, do you know?
Yes,
And they are within the amount?
they are.
And the notice of violation, pages 31 to 35 were sent to Amy Towing.
Yes, ma'am.
Is this a good spot to stop?
I think so.
Right, okay,
Yes.
let's do
Breaking news tonight from northern Nevada. Reports are coming in from Carson City. A local businessman is reportedly helping citizens deal with government agencies. Officials are not happy about it. Down in Carson City on a Monday morning, somebody knocked on a government door, said, "Hey, my neighbor's getting the runaround, and we ain't gonna take it anymore." The workers smiled, the paperwork cried, the suits all rolled their eyes inside, 'cause one guy showed up asking why, and the people started cheering outside. Breaking news across the sky, the bureaucrats hate this guy, helping neighbors day and night, standing up for what is right. From Washoe Valley to Virginia City, helping folks when things get gritty. Pleasant Valley heard the cry, yeah, the bureaucrats hate this guy. Authorities confirm the situation has spread. Witnesses say the man known as Drew Rebar has been seen walking into agencies accompanied by citizens asking very uncomfortable questions. Up through Pleasant Valley roads, word got out and the story grew. If the system gives you trouble, there's a guy who'll walk in with you. Through Washoe Valley winds he rides with working folks right by his side. The red tape trembles, the rules collide when the people finally decide. Breaking news across the sky, the bureaucrats hate this guy, helping neighbors day and night, standing up for what is right. From Carson City halls of power to Virginia City's silver mines, when the people call he'll try, yeah, the bureaucrats hate this guy. They built a maze of rules and lies, but forgot who keeps this country alive. The workers, dreamers, people who try. And one guy standing by their side. Breaking news, the people cry. Send that man to Carson City. Assembly 40, give it a try. Drew Rebar, that guy. From Pleasant Valley to Reno Lights, Washoe Valley standing up for rights. Virginia City shouting high, yeah, the bureaucrats hate this guy. This just in. Citizens appear extremely pleased with the situation. More updates as this story continues to spread across Nevada.